Well, I've been talking for the last 5 minutes and my mic's been muted again. Good afternoon to Larry, or good evening. So I'm not going to say what I've already said 5 minutes ago because I can't be bothered. But anyway, it's Friday night 9-ball and I'm going to change the colour of the cloth because I forgot to do that as well. I can't even remember where I'm going. Miscellaneous. And into the blue. Well, I don't know why, Larry, because the talk has been about the talk on one of the last streams with Steve was about straight pulling the 10-footer. I don't know what they've heard. Maybe they've heard something I haven't. So this match, player 1, who is Cloggy, alias his original name, which is Chimpy from VP3, he's getting the 8-ball, which is a good handicap for him to get because he's got a general idea of what he's doing, and it's a dangerous handicap for Spectre Dawn to deal with. The news on the match with the one-loss side, or the semi-final match in the 8-ball World Championships, the match between Stubb, Real Poland Power, and Semi-Pro. The problem is that they can't seem to find a time where both of them are here. And by all accounts, one's as much to blame as the other in terms of what time's going to be suitable, so I don't know what the outcome's going to be. But what I have heard is that the deadline has been extended for that match, I think until Monday. And earlier on today, Semi-Pro came in. Stubb's been in the lobby, but I don't think he's been around. And Semi-Pro was asking him in the lobby to get the match played today, but that never happened. So the long and the short of it is, I don't know what's happening. So stay tuned. Good evening to Mark. Oh, that's going to be a disaster. There you go. Well, there's a gift to start you off for Christmas. So, big mistake there by Spectre Dawn. Scratching the side pocket. Gives Chimpy the first rack. But I think that's dry. Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to have a good moan, right? I need to get this off my chest. I've just done 5 days where I was up at 2 AM in the morning and having to go to work and start at 4 and working all the way through to noon. And I tell you, it's the worst week I've ever had. Believe me. Because the first night, I went to bed at 8 o'clock. And, of course, my body clock is all up shit creek as far as that goes. I woke up at midnight on the first night. And then I turned over trying to get back to sleep. I woke up at 1:30 or 1 o'clock or whatever it was, and that was me up. Put the PC on, come in to have a look around the VP4 lobby, and then got up and went to work. Then the second night was exactly the same, and my body just wouldn't relax to go to sleep. Now the third night was completely different. I went to bed at 8 o'clock and I was out like a light, and the alarm clock got me up at 2 AM. That was the only good night's sleep I had. And then the other 2 nights were just as bad, but thank God that is over. I don't want. That's the worst week. I mean, Christmas falling on Saturday was the worst thing that could happen, because then you got a full week where you're in it, those early shifts. And then of course, in the last day there, which was yesterday, I didn't work, we don't work in .com on Christmas Eve, but yesterday the shop was absolutely heaving at 7:30 in the morning. The car park was jammed. Oh God. Anyway, that's me. I've got it off my chest. Well, the bonus will be, as far as a bonus goes, all it is nighttime overtime. You get a higher rate of pay, but you only get that for 2 hours because we're starting at 4 o'clock. The overtime rate goes back to normal at 6 o'clock. Just goes back to your normal payment per hour. So the problem with that is that when I get that wage in January, I will already have that money spent before it goes into my bank account, because I have to pay for the car insurance in January. That always comes. It's a bloody nightmare of spending money, and then of course everything's going to go up come the new financial year. Council tax, everything else is going up, so I'm going to be poorer than I ever was. But meanwhile, Chimpy is earning a fortune here. He's going to be 2-0 up. Inspector Don's going to have work to do. Let's check my little doodle's working. There, you've got my autograph as well. Welcome to Bedhead. Welcome everybody else I've missed. Inspector Don under pressure here. Can't make any errors. Well, any more than he's done already. And this is going to be the one that will make or break the rack. Getting down onto this 6. Well, he's chickened out there big time, hasn't he? I mean, that's a terrible shot. I mean, a bit more oomph in that one. He's got there, but you don't want to be playing bedhead cuts all night to stay in a rack. Now this needs a little stun down past the left side pocket. So Inspector Don can redeem himself if he can get something on this break. Off the mark. Oh, I'll tell you another little story. I think it was maybe Wednesday morning, and I think it had just gone maybe 7 AM or something like that. And this customer said to me, and she picked the wrong person to try this out on, I can tell you that. She said, I wonder if you could help me. I said, oh, what is it? She said, she said, have you got a gin and tonic? And before I said anything, she said, oh, I'm just trying to get into the Christmas spirit. And I said, well, I bet you weren't up at 1:30 in the morning. I said, because my Christmas spirit went out the window right at that time I got out of my bed. And I think she got my drift. Oh dear, Spectre Don's done it again. Yeah, my Christmas spirit was dead and gone. Well, Chimpy is getting all the gifts early here on Christmas Eve. Very generous Spectre Dawn. Oh yeah, I mean it's the same every year. I can't wait till Christmas comes and goes. It can't come and go quick enough as far as I'm concerned. Not when you're doing the job I'm doing. Back to normality next week. So it's going to be 3-1, provided Chimpy can get back up onto this 8 ball. He needs to watch that left middle pocket. He's got to be careful here if he gets into this a little too much, because the angle wants to go to that left side pocket. Well, no, maybe not. The angle didn't. The angle looked totally different from what I'm looking at here. It looked as if he was heading left there, but obviously not. And you're not behind the shot. But anyway, it's still 3-1. Well, the balls are moving, but nothing's heading to a pocket. And the yellow, the 1 ball is on. Now, he's going to have to try the breakout here. I think he's got enough angle with a bit of spin just to get a little touch. And now the question is whether he draws off this 2 and tries to chip into the 3. Maybe he did try that. Potman, I've got news for you. Tell me you're listening. The news is that yesterday, I think it was on Facebook, because I'm subscribed to Kartcraft on Facebook, on their Facebook page, and there was a post came up on my timeline, and it was the public beta of multiplayer has been released before Christmas. So I thought, oh brilliant, great, I thought, can't wait for it. However, don't get excited as I did. I went on to YouTube and I did a search for Kartcraft public beta, and a guy had already uploaded a video that he had made to show you how to go about it. And basically, as far as I can ascertain, and provided his video's up to date, it was only a few hours old, the video. When he went into the game, the multiplayer lobbies are set there, and all it is practice. It's not multiplayer like you would assume multiplayer is, because it's still in beta. And what happens is you click on a room or a lobby, and then you have to wait half an hour to join the lobby. It ticks down. And then when you get into the game, whatever track it is that you're on, you start driving, and then other people join the room and they join the track. So all you're basically doing is time trial around the track with other people in it instead of AI, but you're not racing them. It's not proper racing yet. It's not like you're on the start line and in the grid and you're all man for man trying to beat each other. It's not like that at all. So my excitement quickly drained away, and I haven't even loaded it to try it out, because it's not going to be any different from racing with the AI. I don't even, as far as I can see, I don't think you can actually hit the other guys either. Maybe I'm wrong, I never watched the video long enough. But anyway, multiplayer is on its way. And believe me, they have been beta testing multiplayer, or been beta testing the online functionality of this for well over a year, maybe nearly 2 years. So they have. So Spectre Dawn back to within 1. Chimpy back at the table. Nice little angle on this 3 just to drop out behind the 4. Take the 4 into the same pocket, but he needs to get a nice angle on this 4 so he can get right out into the middle of the table here. Let's have a look. Well, he's got a slight angle which will allow him to come down the middle of the table, maybe slightly to the right. He wants to be sort of going that direction so that he can either drop down here for the 6 in the side or maybe end up taking it long. But he has to get nice on this 5 to be able to do that. See, he's not quite there. He's got the wrong angle in the 5, so now he's got to think more on how he's going to get there, whether he can hold for this 6 into the same pocket. And that's the danger. He's got into the cue ball too much. Don't say the commentator isn't right. It's all about getting the angles, and if you get the right angle, you've got no problem. If you get the wrong angle, you can do things like that. It's amazing how minute the angle it is you need, and he was the wrong side of that 5 ball to be playing it comfortable, and he's going to pay the price. What's happened here? What's happened here? Goodness me. Well, Spectre Dawn, I'll tell you, he must have stood in a dog turd this afternoon, because he ain't getting any run of this cue ball. It's heading to a pocket every time. And what a gift again for Chimpy. I think he's had 3 gifts out of the 4 racks that he's won. Unbelievable. And the 8 ball drops. And here we go for the 1-9 combo. Look at the way he's landed on this. I mean, this is going in every day of the week. Nice and gentle. Pick the line. Well, that wasn't gentle, but it's a quick rack and it's 5-2. Yeah, Spectre Dawn, I don't think he should be doing the lottery this week. Well, there's a quick result in, and now Chase 1 around would have been getting a decent handicap against Bankster, and he certainly made the most of that. He's beat him 7 racks to 1. So that match has flowed past in less than 20 minutes, that one. And meanwhile, Chimpy's broke off a ball or a couple of balls in the break, no shot in the 1. And looking for the push out. Now if he pushes up the table where he is, he's going to leave himself in trouble. And pushing down the table like this is a far better idea, because he would have been easily locked up behind the 9 and 3. And the 7's blocking that top pocket there, so Spectre Dawn didn't like the shot and he's put Chimpy back in. Now let's have a look. He can thin that 1. He can thin that 1. And if he gets a bit of spin in the cue ball, he can bring that 1 back over there and bring the cue ball down here. Well, he's gone forward. He might be lucky. Yep. And although Spectre Dawn can jump that 6 ball, he can't do anything with the 1 because the 5's blocking it, so that's not a bad outcome. But Spectre Dawn needs to get the cover, and that's a good shot. Now that's tight enough to block the angle off that long rail on the right side, so the kick up and down, I think he needs to go off the side rail first if he can. Well, I think he'll have to, because I don't think he can get past that 8 ball if he doesn't. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, he can. I think he can get there. He maybe need to check the cue ball a bit with a bit of right English, I don't know. Well, that's not a bad effort. Oh, if he hits the rail, he'll be laughing. That'll do it. Well, how do we know he was going to play that shot? He'll be more than pleased with that outcome. And this 3 and 9 might still come in handy. I'll tell you what, Chimpy can get to that 3. Again, Spectre Dawn isn't getting any breaks here at all. I mean, he's tried to find a spot and he's found right in the gap. And that's gone too far, too much into it. Well, you can tell me if you can crash into people. And I think there's a new... Oh, the other thing is there's another new circuit as well. So there is... Well, that's a good recovery shot. Good afternoon to Dwight. Oh, the yawn had started early. Well, this is another tricky one. Let's have a look at this. It's a dangerous angle, this 7 ball. Watch the side pocket, just in case. Watch the side pocket. He's hit the knuckle. And he's hit the 9. Oh, this time he might not be so lucky. He's going to have to get the jump stick out. Kartcraft is the game. I've been following it for goodness knows how many years. Since, I mean, it's been in development for at least 7 years or more. And if you like, believe me, if you've never done kart racing in a game, it's bloody hilarious. So it is. If you get half a dozen guys or more that you know or you've played elsewhere, you'll have a lot of laughs. I can guarantee you. I'm talking side-splitting laughs, tears running down your face. No, it's Kartcraft. K-A-R-T-K-R-A-F-T. Right, so Chimpy 1 away, and the results are coming in. Add Mike. Oh, well, that's that all over. Combo the 9 again. Blink and you'll miss it. Well, Spectre Dawn is going to have to do the hard stuff tonight. But as I say, that 8 ball handicap that Chimpy was getting, that was severe. But I don't think the handicap made a difference here. I think the extremely bad luck that Spectre Dawn had made the difference. I mean, he scratched three times or whatever, played a safety, found the only gap that he could find. Two quick combos in the 9 from Chimpy, and that was it. Wham bam, thank you ma'am, as they say. Right, so let's just update this bracket thing. Chimpy's through, and he's waiting to play the winner of DJ Redo and Ice Age. Spud Boy and John Boo are playing, and John Boo is 3-2 up. That's a scratch match, no handicap, and we've now got other second round matches playing. The match that's still underway is all square between DJ Redo and Ice Age. So let's go in and have a look at that. Did I say that was... Let's have a look. Where's that match? Oh, I missed it. He's getting a 5 ball, is he? Yes. Now where's... I keep forgetting where these guys are from. Where's he from? Ice Age Australia according to that. So that means that it's actually Christmas Day in Australia at the moment, so Merry Christmas to all the Australian viewers, not that there's any. And DJ Redo from Germany. Yeah, but they're still not as good as the ones in Kartcraft. I mean, these ones in Kartcraft, you feel as if you could lose at any second. So you could, mind you, I haven't messed about with the settings in the kart. I dare say there'll be a website that will give you setups and everything, because that's not a thing that I'm into, messing about for an hour and a half, adjusting springs, you know, and dampers and all that stuff. So DJ Redo takes the lead. But always remember that 5-ball money ball that Ice Age is getting is always a very dangerous thing. If DJ Redo fills it up between now and that 5-ball, and he's a wrong angle in the 3 and the 4 balls on the left hand side, so deciding to try and play a safety. And we'll see what sort of level that Ice Age is at. Well, he's managed to drag the pace off the cue ball, got himself dead straight in the 4. Well, there's a slight angle. Now he's got one of these bedhead cuts, as we call them, in past the 6-ball, and he's way off the mark with that one, but I think he's going to get out of jail. And DJ Redo needs to get lucky here, because it's not that difficult to kick the 5. No, it doesn't. There's the tracks that are in it are all real tracks. They're all real circuits from around the world, because they've been laser scanned and all of that stuff that they did on the circuits. But it's not one of those games with track design or anything like that. This is an out and out proper pro kart racing simulation game. So DJ Redo should have a 2-rack gap in a second or two. Well, there you go, commentator's curse. And, well, I'll tell you, the Christmas presents are coming thick and fast tonight. Spectre Dawn was at it big time. DJ Redo is getting very generous as well. Now, I don't know what Ice Age is doing here. It looks as if he's fallen asleep. He's just taking his time. I can't remember the name of the circuit, but there's a circuit on Kartcraft, which is at one of the NASCAR tracks, where they've got a kart track at it as well. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a bloody difficult track to drive on, I can tell you that. It's got undulations and tight corners and stuff, and it's very fast. But I can't remember the name of the real life NASCAR circuit that it's in. So we're all square here, 4 racks all. Now the 5 ball this time, as far as DJ Redo is concerned, with it being Ice Age's extra money ball, it's locked away behind the 8 ball. No, I don't think it's Daytona. I don't think it's Daytona. But there only is about, well, that'll be about 5 or 6 tracks in Kartcraft anyway, but one of them is based alongside the NASCAR circuit that it's built in. I wish I could bloody remember the thing. But it's definitely not Daytona. Well, Ice Age now has... oh, I thought that was the 8 ball. It's a 4 ball. It's a 4-5 combo. I'm too busy reading the chat and looking at the game at the same time. I thought that was the 8 ball it was stuck behind. So Ice Age jumps into the lead. And I think he's got a ball in the break, but... well, all he's going to be doing here is just playing a push out. I mean, he could kick at the one. I don't know whether that'd be wise to actually kick at it. He might end up being put back in again, but I don't think I'd be playing to hit this 1 ball. Now Chimpy could play for the double hit here. He could play with bottom in the cue ball and spin off the 1 and come directly back up the table, but he's looking for some cover, trying to get behind the 3 and 4. Oh well, he hasn't got there. I don't think the bank's on because the 9's in the way. No, it's not Talladega either. Oh goodness me, what the hell's it called? I could end up starting the game. I could tab out and start the game in Steam and then go and look at it. Oh dear, this is so annoying. It's definitely not Daytona and it's definitely not Talladega. And I might even be wrong by saying it's a NASCAR circuit. It's definitely like a motor racing circuit that it's based at. It's not Road America, nothing like that. You know, any of these places. What the hell's it called? Well, just give me a list of the... if you actually read the track information, I think it tells you in it. Now, am I right in saying that Richmond's a wee dinky NASCAR circuit? That's the one with the very tight bends. I don't think it's Richmond either. That's the one that's a very shallow. No, it's not Richmond. No. I cannot remember the damn thing. This is what happens when you get older. The brain cells begin to die off, and most of that happens in the memory part of the brain. And I cannot remember the name of the place. Yeah, I know Richmond because I've had NASCAR games over the years. I always remember Richmond's a very tight circuit. Oh. Sonoma. I don't think it's that one either. Jesus Christ. Hang on a minute. Well, I've already got my Steam is actually open, and when I went to Steam there, Kartcraft's already needing another update, so it's downloading an update at the moment. They're probably fixing some more bugs or whatever. I can't go to bed tonight without knowing what circuit this is, because it just bugs the hell out of me. I'd troll the internet to find it. It's so bloody annoying. I wonder if, in fact, I think I've made a couple of videos on Kartcraft. So my XSplit Gamecaster works with the game anyway. So Atlanta, that might be it. That might be it. Atlanta Motorsports thing. I think that's it. You might have hit the nail on the head there, Spectre. That sounds plausible as the circuit that I'm trying to bloody remember. Anyway, Ice Age on the hill. 6 racks to 5 up. Have a wee quick look at this. Hang on, back in a sec. Oh, wrong button. Oh no, this will take a while to update. Well, the thing is that I've had plenty of emails through. Kartcraft's at a cheaper price at the moment because it's on early access, and the fact that they've launched the public beta, they're trying to encourage people to buy it now before it goes up in price, because once it gets released it's gone up to a nominal price comparable with other PC racing games. So it's at the cheapest price you'll get at the moment. I've had it since as soon as it went live on Steam. Goodness knows how long ago that was. I got it. I'm pretty certain that it's Atlanta Motorsports where this circuit is based. And being honest with you, the amount of time that I've had Kartcraft, I've not spent an awful lot of time driving on it. But and that's probably the problem, that when it does go to public, when it does go live with the online racing, I'll be a lot crapper than everybody else that's doing it. Anyway, Ice Age goes through 7 racks to 5. Well, the karts are all manufacturer brand names as well. You know, they're not just made up brands. They're all genuine manufacturers. But you can go in and, if you're one of these people that like to mess about with all the setups, you can do that for hours if you want. You can do all of that stuff. They'll come with a stock setup, but there'll be sad guys that'll have a website that'll tell you all the setups to put for your kart for specific tracks. So there will. Right, so enough talk about the karting. Let's look at the bracket. We've got Spud Boy. Well, there was a match finished earlier there, less than 20 minutes. That match with Chase won around. This match that we're looking at the top of the bracket is already 40 minutes old, and Spud Boy and John Boo are still going at it. Spud Boy in the lead by 5 racks to 4. And Larry's fallen asleep. It'll be Christmas Day before Larry gets a match. So let's go in. That was a good thing about Gran Turismo. Was it Gran Turismo 5? Because we used to do endurance races on like Daytona on the karts. and we were bump drafting the carts all the way around Daytona. Right, anyway, Spud Boy is trying to get this match done, a scratch match between him and John Boot. And Spud Boy is a long-term Virtual Pool player, but he's been long absent from Virtual Pool 4. Looks dry, I didn't hear anything go. Yeah, I've got my old PS3 sitting here right in front of me, and it's still got the Gran Turismo disc in it, Gran Turismo 5, because that had, I think Gran Turismo 4 and 5 had the kart design thing in it, or the track design thing in it, except the Gran Turismo 5 was a lot more complicated because you had to upload it and do all that sort of stuff. I made some good circuits on that, by the way. So John Boot, well, point of no return, cannot afford to mess up here. No sooner have I said that than he's going to scratch and give Spud Boy his chance to finish him off. So this first shot, Spud Boy's task is to get to the bottom side of the 5. Now, preferably, he wants to get to the right side of the 5, because that way it can open up to the left side pocket, or that top left-hand corner pocket. He needs to get there, though. He can't go half measures. He's far better over hitting this. That looks good. That will do nicely. And he can just drop through. Doesn't want to be dead straight in the 6. Always having to think about leaving yourself that little angle. It's not just about getting dead straight in the 6 so that you can pot it straight in. You need to leave that cue ball off the rail. That needs to bounce. And he's just got enough angle, but he's going to have to punch this in though. He's going to have to juice it up to get the cue ball out. Now he's not drawn away up the table, has he? You see, that's what happens from not getting the right angle. If he'd got the right angle in the first place, he wouldn't have been having to do stuff like that. He might have got away with it, I think. Or has he? I think he has. John Boot having to try and jump. Well, he's way too low with the cue. No, he's trying to, well, I don't know what he tried. Whether he tried a half-hearted Massey, but he certainly didn't have the cue anywhere near the angle he needed to generate that spin. Plus, when you hit the ball too quickly and too fast, the spin doesn't react. And Spud Boy again has a good angle to get right down the table. But he just has not played the shot. I mean, if the angle wasn't enough, he had to spin that around a couple of rails to get to this bottom rail on the right hand side. Well, he's brushed the 8. Has he got the cover? Not this time. And John Boot has to somehow get back onto this 8 if he can. He might run into it. I don't know whether that'll be a good thing or a bad thing. Well, he's managed to avoid it. He'd have been better off hitting it now, because he's now left himself a really tough one. And where the cue ball's going, he's going to finish the top side of this 9 ball, which if he doesn't get a decent angle, Oh, he's going to run into it maybe. Well, this is tough. Extremely tough. He's going to have to get the power in it. And that's going to have to stay to the rail. And Spud Boy should be out. Well, I think you just drop that into the side, no problem. Just hit it to the far jaw, it will go in. So Larry has an opponent in round 2. It's going to be Spud Boy, who's going to be getting a decent enough handicap against Larry. Now, a quick update on the bracket. That match will update in a second. Chimpy is now playing Ice Age. Ice Age is getting 7 and out, and he's getting the use of it. He's already 1-0 up. Columbus is playing Chase One Around in round 2, and Chase One Around is getting 7 and out there. He was getting 6 and out against Bankster in that first match. No wonder he won 7-1. And the bottom match, Admike is waiting on the winner of Columbus and Chase One Around. And Spud Boy is getting 7 and out against Larry, and that again is a dangerous handicap for Larry to deal with. Let's head in. Oh, they're lagging for the break. And we have Spud Boy at the bottom of the screen. And Spud Boy looks as if he's won it. Or has he? Yes, he's just won it. So 7 and out he's getting, which is more than good enough to be getting on with against Larry. Cue ball, I think it's drifting away from the pocket, yeah, but it's dry. And Larry's line dead straight in the 1, I think. I don't think he's got a lot to work with. He's just going to leave the long 2. Now, Larry's got to play this gentle because he doesn't want to get that cue ball out into the table too far. He'll end up hooking himself for that 3 ball. Now, a little dink and a little spin, and he'll come over for the 4. Just a little, in fact, more of a stun than anything. The wee spin does the trick. And he's still fine just to roll this in. And the crucial shot is the 5 to the 6. And that's of course where it gets very dangerous for Larry when he's given 7 and out. He's got to get really good in the 6. He can go forward and come down this side, but he's got to get down past the middle pocket. Well, he's not. Oh no, he thinks he can get there from that side. He just got there, that'll do it. Well, it was a bit tight to be going close to that 7 ball, but he's got it spot on. And this is how Larry has to play when he's given 7 and out. He can't afford to mess up opportunities. If he does, Spud Boy's just going to pounce on them. Once again, he's just got to get the right control in this cue ball, because the angle is more than you want to be working with here to get good on this 9 ball. This is a bit tricky. Is he going to finish below it? Yeah, it's one of them. It's one of those you don't want. Watch the cue ball. I think he's fine. He'll be okay as long as he doesn't get too much pace in it. He doesn't want to scratch in this corner, and he's avoided that, and he's got the pot. So a good start for Larry. But we've seen it all too often with matches like this when, you know, Larry can get a good start, he can get a couple of racks in front, and then in the blink of an eye, boom, that 7 and out handicaps come into play, and Spud Boy's back in the game. Well, Larry's break is also dry. Now, well, I suppose he could actually try a billiard off the 1 onto the 9. He's basically going to give Larry a free go if he doesn't get lucky and get it safe. But he could try a billiard off the 1 onto the 9. Or he could try tuck it in behind the 9. But he's got to get the cue ball there, because if he doesn't, he'll be leaning the 1 ball on. Well, he's gone for the pot. He's never going to get great shape in the 2 at that pace. Now, we know what these banks are like. You've got to get them flush and clean, or they won't go to that second pocket. But what's he trying? Is he trying to bank, or is he trying to bang onto the 9? No, he's tried to cut. And, well, Larry should be taking these out for a 2-0 lead. There's not a problem ball on the table. And the route's pretty much mapped out to get from the 3 to the 4. Although he's gone a bit straight in this, but I think he can still draw off the 3 past the 6. Oh dear, what's he done here? Well, he's lucky that he can jump this, because he didn't get into that enough, or he actually just overhit it. Maybe trying to end the gap between the 6 and the 8 ball there. And Spud Boy has got to be taking these chances, but he was in a tough one to start with there. He was never getting good shape on anything. And this is awkward for Larry. It's one of them again. These are shots you don't like, but he's got it flush in the middle of the pocket. Another result through in the 1 loss side, and Spectre Dawn. Oh dear, what the hell's Larry done here? And I think he's corner hooked. He is big time. And Spectre Dawn, well, have yourself a merry little Christmas, because you certainly didn't have a merry Friday night 9 ball. He is done for the night. And that's a swift exit for Spectre Dawn. As much as he's had a lot of success in the tournament, you will have the odd week like this where it just does not work for you at all, no matter how good you are. And certainly it must have took a similar pattern to that first match where he had like 3 scratches and everything went wrong. And DJ Redo taking advantage of the handicap as well, no doubt, in a short race to 4. And meanwhile, Spud Boy has got himself all square. Larry, I don't know what he was trying to do there, because that cue ball's obviously straightened up and went straight to the pocket and almost scratched. And then it ended up corner hooking him, and he was dead and buried. So Spud Boy can put Larry in trouble. Sorry, Larry can put Spud Boy in trouble here. He doesn't want to be making life easy for him, and that's got him nailed. An open invitation to bury Spud Boy there behind the 6 ball, and I think the angle is there between the 7 and 4. I think the line is there to get to that 1 ball. It's somewhere round about above that middle diamond, I think. Because I just basically go by instinct, not by any diamond pattern, but somewhere above it. No, above it so you don't hit the 4. And Larry, with ball in hand, he needs to miss the 7, which he has done. 2 balls still locked up, so there's no point in Larry potting the 1 ball when he can't get to the 2, so he's doing the right thing. And now Spud Boy again has the angle off the left side rail to get to the 1. Can he get the gap? I think he can get the gap. Yes, he can. Well, that's not turned out too well for Larry there, because now there's no change with the 2 ball. Now maybe Larry could have a wee look at the 1-9 here. Now he's got a margin of error here if he just picks a line to the rail and the ball at the same time. That's what he's doing. That's excellent. Right on the nail. Played to perfection. I've never seen the billiard channel, and I don't know what Roku is. But apparently, according to Steve, not that I've ever seen any use of it, but apparently the guy that runs the billiard channel was using my VP4 videos for something, but I've never seen any evidence of it. I don't know whether that ever happened or it didn't, but Steve had asked me at one time, but I've never heard anything more about it. Meanwhile, Larry back into the lead. Spud Boy at the table with 7 and out. Now we'll give him the 3, we'll give him the 4. Then it gets tricky getting good on the 5 if he's got the wrong angle on the 4. He could use the 9 ball to hold for the 5. These are the type of things you have to think about. Now, let's have a look. Now see, that just needs a little stun, and he can use the 9 ball. If he hits this nice and firm, he can use that 9 ball to hold for the 5. That then will also act as a stopper for the cue ball. He wants to jack up a bit here, by the way. He's trying to just play it gentle. You see, he's leaning himself forward. You have to be able to play those shots with confidence and stun into that 9. Then that's going to give you a much better line than the 5 ball than this is. This is no good because the cue ball's running again. You've got to be able to see those shots and play them. You need to jack up and get into the cue ball just to stun into that 9. But he's got there, but there's easier ways of doing it. And now all he needs is the 6 and the 7, and he's got the perfect angle on the 6. There's no problem here, just a little stun again. And don't be afraid to stun it. That's it, and that will quickly get him back on level terms. And this is why 7 and 8, sorry, I'll say that again, 7 and out is an extremely dangerous handicap for Larry to be messing with. The Spud Boy is not a mug. If the balls are there, he can pot them. And balls in the break as well. At least 3. And half a shot in the 1. I think this is pretty straight, although, yeah, he's slightly the wrong angle, but he just needs to, again, pot this with confidence and come back to just open up that 2 ball. And he should be in the lead here after this. He needs to come back and make sure he's well out of the way of the 7 ball. And I think he's got there. Now, again, with this shot, he's a bit straight, but I think he can get forward and around the angles. As long as he misses a 9, he'll be on the 3. But you've got to go right through with the shot. Got to hit it firm. Miss the 9. And he's got there. Now again, with this shot, you take your medicine. You pot the 3, you do nothing with the cue ball other than let it run out. And out into the middle of the table, just slightly further. So you're staring down the barrel in this 7 ball. So you don't need to do anything fancy with the cue ball, just pot this. He's digging down in the cue ball, and he doesn't need to. And Chase 1 around has beaten Columbus 7 racks to 4. You see, he's playing a draw shot for no reason whatsoever. And doing his best to mess this up. And all he had to do was get out into the table. What do we talk about every week, or any game, is you keep it as simple as you can, because that's usually the best way to get there in the end. But he's got there, but again, he's not making it simple. But he does have the lead. Well, if he can get as good a break as he had in that last rack, he's well on here, Spud Boy. Four ball goes in, 1 ball stays up table, 1 ball is on, and everything else is on as well. There is not a problem on the table. Well, now, ideally, he wants to find the gap between the 9 and the 5 and just come back up into the table. If he hits the 5, he could still cut the 3 into the side or play it long into this bottom corner here. And Chimpy's beaten Ice Age 7 racks to 1. Again, he looks as if he's going to head down to the corner. No, he's gone the right side of the 9, the 5. And now he's in the position where he may well have ended up anyway, sort of in between shots, but the little soft draw off the 3, he'll be on the left side of the 5. And he should be looking to get to that right middle pocket as we look for that 6 ball, if he gets the right angle in this 5. a little bit of help in English, not a lot, just a feather on the left hand side, and that'll bring him down to that left middle pocket, or the one opposite where we're sitting, that pocket there for the 6. He's running the cue ball. Well, he's sort of halfway there, but again, if he'd played the right shot, he'd have been down that side. I mean, that shot's as good a shot as anything as well, if you can get on it good. But it's just a wee bit tricky, because the cue ball's running towards the 8. But it could have been so much simpler. And that will do. Nice little nudge onto the 8. Well, he's finding ways of getting there. But the only main criticism is he could just make it slightly simpler. But it's worked so far. And now Spud Boy with a 4 racks to 2 lead. And I think Spud Boy's ran the last 2 racks, hasn't he? So he's doing well. This time, no joy in the break, but what he has got is, he's got a safe break. Larry's got no shot other than a thin edge on that 1 and trying to get distance down the table behind the 8, the 9 and the 3. Which doesn't look that tall an order, as long as he misses the 3. And that will do. But the 1 ball is easy to hit. A good bit of right hand spin around past that 8 ball, and he can get the chip on that 1 ball. He's going the other way, trying to hit this full in the face or in behind it if he can. Well, he's playing this with right English. Maybe the angle needs a wee bit of right English. And he's got behind it. How's his luck? That's not too bad. Larry's got nothing easy here to deal with. And John Boo survives in the 1 loss side with a final rack decider against Christian. And Larry took the bait with a thin cut in the 1, but of course when you play shots like that and skim off the 1, the cue ball does have the tendency with such a thin shot to hold its line straight for the corner pocket, and that's exactly what happened. So another excellent opportunity for Spud Boy to make use of this 7 and out. But this is the first problem, getting to the 3. Oh, that little nudge in the 5. Well, it's helped him out big time, because he can actually get to the 3. But the problem's not the 3, the problem's holding for the 4. Now if he just tries to drop this in dead weight, I think he might be okay. Just roll through to that bottom rail. Yep, perfect. Well, a little dink cut on the 4, but it's actually not as perfect as I thought it was. I think he wants to try and come down the left side here. Well, he's decided against it, decided to play the safety, and once again, that will do. Now, what does Larry do here? Is he going to try the thin cut and the 4 into the side? Cue ball running again if he does. But I think he's compelled to have a go at this. No, he's running for cover. And that's a pretty good shot. Easy jump though. Good evening to Mal. Now, Spud Boy with 7 and out. He could play a jump combo on the 4 and 8 if he wants to risk it. He doesn't seem to be interested, but it might have been worth having a go, because if he doesn't get this safe, Larry will be out anyway. And he's hit the 8. I think he'd have been better to have a jump at that and just try the combo. I mean, it was like 70-30 against him actually getting it, but it might have been a better outcome than what he just played. So Larry tidying up in rack number 7. And just a stone dead kill on the cue ball. Oh dear. It started big time. It's gone 8:15. We're on shutdown mode. Well, Larry's in survival mode at the moment, trying to get back all square. Again, the balls are moving well, but none are moving to a pocket. And cue ball nailed onto the 2, I think. Most certainly. Now, the problem Spud Boy's got is that wherever he pushes, Larry's going to have some sort of shot in this 1 ball. Well, maybe not so much from there, because that's actually not a bad outcome. It's right in that no man's land territory, that 1 ball. I think that Larry can thin edge it. He's got to watch the scratch again though if he does that. To try and cut that in off the jaw of that middle pocket is just beyond. And I think he wasn't prepared to risk it this time. But he's not got it anywhere near safe. And Spud Boy has an angle to get out into the table beyond the 9 ball to be able to see this too. Just needs to slow down a bit. He's running too far. And now he's got an outward angle, but the pocket's wide open. And that's well played. Once again, he could pinch a little bit here on this 3 ball. And he has to let the cue ball run to the rail and back out. Well, again, he's drawn to leave himself hampered over the 9. I think he could have went forward there, off the rail and back out. And this is tricky. You see what happens there, you end up getting more and more awkward. He's now trying to survive at the table here, Spud Boy. Larry, sorry, not Spud Boy. And he knows also that if he makes that mistake, it's another rack gone. And the worst thing he can do here is hook himself behind the 9. So he's got to get this cue ball running. And that will do. He's in good shape. Leave himself some sort of half decent angle to get back up for the 8. That's all he needs. Need to force this a bit with spin. Miss the knuckle. And that's what happens. Well, he's now going to thin cut it. He'd be unlucky not to have a shot in the 9, but you never know. Well, that was like a stub run out there by Larry. He was never in shape at any time, any real good shape. But yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I was at 15 minutes. Aye, you click the button and you wait in the counter going down, and then you join the track. Well, Larry's break is dry. No force feedback. Well, maybe that's a bug from the last update, the update I've just downloaded. Maybe you have to go in and set it again. You know what happens with updates, sometimes they break something else. We've seen plenty of evidence of that in VP4. But as soon as you get any feedback like that from people, they'll be working on it, although they might not be working on it over the weekend, obviously, for the obvious reason. Now Larry's got himself awkward again. And he's got to dig into this to avoid running into the 5 and 9. And he never really got there either. Look at where he was in the 4 ball. Absolutely nowhere. Oh, there'll be plenty of people trying it out. I mean, there's plenty of people like me who've had the game for, been watching the game for years and years and been waiting for this moment when online comes live. Well, Spud Boy really should be taking advantage here. Just roll this 3 ball in. Don't do anything with the cue ball, just roll the 3 in and leave yourself that angle in the 4 to get yourself nice onto this 5. And he's got all the room in the world to get half decent on this 5 ball. I mean, even if you cut this 4 in with pace and let the cue ball run up and down the table, you come to this bottom rail and go back up into the table, you're bound to be on the 5. You see, he's trying to nurse it, and that, again, if you're going to play shots like that, you've got to get there. That's Mooncake, isn't it? Good evening. Well, Spud Boy makes it tough for himself by not getting right on the ball and relying on a lucky roll there, and he's nowhere near good in the 6 either. And being honest with you, this is Spud Boy's problem always in VP. Right from the days of EP3, this has always been his problem, is getting half decent shape and making his life easier rather than have to dig out shots each time. Well, he's going to have to dig up another one here, and he's again, well no he doesn't, he's in a 7 ball, isn't he? 7 and out he's getting. Almost forgot about the handicap there. Excuse me. And another result through, and Bankster's gone this week as well. Ice Age has taken him out on that 1 loss side by 4 racks to 2. And Spud Boy has also broke dry, and Larry at the table with a shot. Now he's got an angle where he could run into this 4 and 8, but how good would he be on the 2 if he did that? That's the question. Well, he's gone for it, and well, he's got a shot in the 2. The 4 ball issue has now been developed, or improved anyway. Again, it's slightly tricky because he's got the wrong angle. He's missed the 7. Cue ball still live. And now the important one. No. I was hoping it'd be like a 9 ball Scotch doubles or something on Christmas Day. We might have enough people to do one of them. Well, Larry's got the pace almost on the spot there, but he can, if he's going to pot this 4, this is a really tricky one. If he's going to pot the 4 and draw off that 4 and come down, if he gets the pace right, he could finish about there. If he doesn't, he has to find a gap or hit the 6 like that. That is going to work out. Well, maybe it'd be worthwhile having a word with Simon. I don't know whether he's still in the lobby. I think he can set tourneys. So Larry going to be all square again. Good evening to Semi-Pro. Stubb hasn't been in looking for you, Semi. He's staying well away. 4 ball in the break. Cue ball, little Chris into the 1. Now, you might as well take your medicine, just roll through onto the 7. In fact, he's missed the 7, and that's where it's gone wrong, because if he'd hit the 7, he would have been fine in the 2. He was looking for the little cannon onto the 7, and now he's got to get a hit and get this safe. And Spud Boy ready to pounce. Well, Larry has got the no, he's got a hit, but he didn't hit the 2. So ball in hand for Spud Boy. And once again, the only problem for Spud Boy is the tendency to get himself out of line. And you've also got to be thinking about, in his own defence, he does not get to play this game as much as he did in the past, like quite a few of us. So I'll say that in his defence, but for the most part, he's always had this problem in getting the best of shape and not having to force himself into taking in on tougher pots than he may well have had to initially if he'd got good there in the first place. So these are all here for him, and it's only going to go wrong by him getting wrong. But he only has to get to that 7 ball, remember, so it's not a lot to ask. Well, anywhere up the top left hand side of this table will do nicely. Is he 2 straight in a 5? Nope, he's got enough angle to force this in, get the cue ball running, and don't underhit it. Well, he's trying to go on the short side of it. Well, you see what I mean about making things difficult for himself? Things like that. I mean, if he'd spun that the other way with the angle he had, you know, loads of power, get the cue ball spinning and running, he would have been well up the table with a much easier shot than this. And now, of course, the cue ball is going to be going straight across the table or spinning up the table. And that's where it all goes wrong. And that's what Spud Boy needs to work on. He needs to get his shot choice improved, because the shot choice there to get on that 6 ball was entirely wrong. Excuse me, I've had a drink now, I've got the hiccups again. And that's the only stumbling block he's ever really going to have, is just finding that way out when it's all so easy. The balls are all wide open with nothing impeding them, and all you have to do is to get the cue ball there or thereabouts. And when you can't do that to get the run out, you've got to be asking yourself the question, what am I doing wrong, or what am I not seeing? Well, he's not seeing the much simpler shot to get to that 6 ball. And Larry needs to get this bouncing, or he's going to be bottom side. And this is where you don't want to be in the 9 ball. These are ugly. But this to take the lead, cue ball running, and it's safe. And Spud Boy should be giving himself a good slap about the back of the head, because that was poor not to be getting himself out there. So Larry breaking, gets a ball, and he's got a shot in the 1. It's going to be a 2-3 combo to follow. 4 ball is adjacent down in the bottom rail, and Larry, same for Larry, if he can't get out here, he's nobody to blame but himself. Just a gentle roll on the 2 to stop the 2 ball over the pocket, basically. Well, this is the one that can go wrong by doing something daft, like hooking himself behind the 7 or the 8. But he's got loads of room in the top side of the table to stay well away for those 2 balls. But he certainly doesn't want to be trying to get into this gap here. He's got to get the touch in this right if he's staying bottom side. And he's got to miss the 8, and he has done. And now he's dead straight in the 5. Now he can force this in and get the cue ball running, or he can put a big firm stun, try and get the cue ball out, and if he does, the 7 ball passes the 8 into this corner. So if it's a big firm stun, he looks as if he's going forward. As long as he keeps running, he'll have it in the side. Cue ball looks okay. Well, when I say okay, it's okay in the sense he can pot the 7, but he doesn't want to be running into the 8. And he has to jack up to avoid that little stun off it, and he's run into the 8. He didn't get into it enough. And Spud Boy might have a chance here. Larry's got to nail the bank. We could be going hill. And I think the problem with the bank here is getting the cue ball out of the way. I think that's the issue with the line that the 8 ball has to take. I'm not convinced that the bank's dead on. No, I mean Larry I think convinced himself he could play a bank, but it was never really on because of the angle he had there. But what he has done is he's left Spud Boy with a tricky 8 ball that he just simply has to roll to the hole and give it every chance of going in to take us to a final rack. He doesn't want to slam this, and he doesn't want to be running the cue ball. Just has to go 100% pocket weight. Let it cheat the pocket if it needs to. And that will do. And Larry, again, just proving there that when all the balls are there, it's very easy. How often have we seen it? It's very easy to get yourself in trouble. And the one shot that Larry had there when he was potting that ball into the side pocket was the fact that the cue ball was stuck to the side rail, so that limited what he could do with the cue ball. But he didn't get the stun, he didn't jack up and stun it hard enough to avoid the 8, or it may well have been the case he just simply couldn't avoid it at all. And that was ultimately the downfall for Larry's run out. And now we are into a final rack decider. Spud Boy broke off. The 3 ball has gone. He's got a cut in the 1, and they're all there. Oh, he's totally misjudged that. That's way off the mark. And that should be Spud Boy's last shot. I mean, this table is just asking to be ran out. I'm going to have to nip down and get another bottle of water. I'm down to the last few morsels in this one. And Larry just dropped the 2 in, dropping the bottom side of the 4. And he's got to be careful when he's drawn off that. When he's played a little stun drop, you get into that too much, you end up the top side behind the 6 ball. But he's fine. Well, now he's gone outward again. He's in that place you don't want to be. And now he's got to miss the 9. Plenty of power to get this cue ball manoeuvring, and must avoid the 9 ball or it could kill him stone dead. And he's avoided it. And once again he doesn't want to go the bottom side of this 8 ball. Anywhere over by the left middle pocket will do fine. And he should be able to get there as long as he doesn't scratch. He's got a nice angle and no reason why he shouldn't be on this 8 ball. But you can play this with a wee feather of left, and Larry's just moved the cue tip just to make sure the cue ball hits the rail and comes down this left side, just to open the angle in the 9. And Larry is going to go through, and Spud Boy has only got himself to blame in the end. He said all those chances, which he's taken a lot of them, but when he's failed because of his inability to get to the right spot to make himself or make his life a lot easier, and he ended up making two of the attempts that he had far too difficult in the end, and that cost him. Larry goes through. Spud Boy moves over to the one lost side. Quick look at the bracket, and we can, well, for anybody who's a latecomer, Spectre Dawn's time in the tournament was very short-lived tonight. He had a disaster in the first round against Chimpy. Nothing went for him. He scratched 3 times, couldn't play a safety, and as soon as he went over to the one lost side, he was done for in that as well. So Spectre Dawn's gone home. Excuse me. I definitely need to get down and get this bottle of water quick, because that's that one finished. Right, this update we're talking about. We've got Larry through to play Chimpy. Chase one around is Ad Mike is 4-3 up. But the match we're going to watch is Larry and Chimpy's getting the 8 ball, and we know that that is a dangerous handicap again. So their room is up. They are lagging off. Well, for any latecomers who haven't heard before, Chimpy is cloggy, as you've seen him in the lobby, but for years and years he was always Chimpy in Virtual Pool 3, and I think because he's heard me mention it on the stream, because that's the only reason I can think he has done it, is he's put in for a name change and he's changed his name back to Chimpy. So Larry's won the lag, race to 7, and Chimpy is getting the 8 ball, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm going for another bottle of water. Right, I'm back. So, where have we got to? Larry broke off. He's still at the table, and he's got no shot in the 5. Well, he's got a nasty cut in the 5. And he's trying to just find cover, and that'll do. Again, took his medicine there. And Chimpy Needs to get a wee bit more practice in the jump shots, because that's now given Larry the free go to seal the deal in the first rack. Can't be ending up dead straight in the 6 like this. And this is where you don't want to be. You know, you can only go forward and back. He might just try and get in the short side of this 7, because to be honest with you, that's probably the easiest shot he's going to have. He's going for the big draw, and he has to get the pace right. And, well, he's okay. Another 6 or 7 inches in the roll in that cue ball, and he'd have been done for in the 7. But he's going to get there. But Larry's always got to be aware this 8 ball could make a big, big difference. Well, all the balls have ended up in the top of the table. Look at the state of that. The break's dry. I don't know whether Chimpy can see enough of the one to pot it. I don't think he can. Nope. And if he's going to try and punch the 1 away, it's going to run into the 2. Well, that was more than obvious that was going to happen, and he should be finding himself in trouble in a second or 2. I think he had to look for maybe a better option than that, because he was always going to be running straight into the 2 with the 1 ball, and now he's been buried by Larry, who administers the punishment. And I don't think the line is there to get to that 1 ball. No, he's far better maybe locking up another ball if he can, and just sacrificing ball in hand here, because there's no way he's going to get to that 1. He'd be better just nudging the 3 and pushing it to the 5. Yeah, something like that, and just creating a problem for Larry to deal with. That's a sensible way to do it. Okay, he's leaving himself open to the 3 fouls, but Larry has to get the cover though, that's the thing. And that's not going to get there, Larry. That was an awful safety. I mean, it's relatively safe, but he's got the cue ball absolutely nowhere near where it should have been. It should have been up in that top rail. And if that slows up, Larry's in trouble. Well, he was asking for it there, wasn't he? Because Larry did not get the hit in that cue ball. But of course it's not that important, considering the 2, the 5 and the 3 are all locked up. But now Chimpy has the opportunity to try and go for the 3 fouls. He needs to get this tight though. I mean, he can easily push that 1 and nail the cue ball to the 8, but he has to get it tight onto this 8. Send the 1 up behind the 7 and the 6, nail the cue ball to the 8 like that, and Larry's in deep shit, as they say, because he cannot get a line anywhere in the top half of the table to get to that 1 ball. I don't think he can anyway. I mean, he can try all the spin in the world from there, he ain't going to get there. It'll be a miracle if he does. Yeah. So now Chimpy has ball in hand. Now, is he going to take the split here with ball in hand to bring the 2 into play? Let's have a look at the 2. The 2 doesn't go. Or is he going to nail to the 7? What's he trying? He's got, again, if he's going to go for the lock-up, it has to be tight. He can't give Larry a sniff to play a jump. And again, perfect. Because once again, Larry's got no angle to work with. He's absolutely nailed to the 6. And Larry is dead and buried here. That's how you have to get them. If you're going to play lock-up safeties, they have to exactly be that. You weren't listening, Semi-Pro, or you weren't here. The other week there, Cloggy played in Friday Night 9-ball, and when he signed up, I mentioned that his name was Chimpy in VP3, and as I said earlier, he's obviously listened to the stream, and he's went back and changed his name to Chimpy, which is what his name was in all the years he was in VP3. So he's the player known as Cloggy, who plays with DJ Simon and Steve-O in the ladder matches, you'll notice. So to cut a long story short, he's not a new player. But the match is all square. And well, I mentioned earlier on about that player there with that funny name, whether he was going to turn up or whatever. I don't know whether he did or whether he lost in the first round. I don't think he did. I think he's just signed up and forgotten about it, as I thought he would. And Spud Boy goes through. The match is forfeited. Now Larry back at the table. So again, this 3-ball, he can't take the 4 up the table, so he's got to come square across with inside English right side to square the cue ball off that side rail, get himself on the 4, but again he's dead straight in the 4, having to just push it around the angles with a bit of spin. He's still okay. Now again, he's fairly straight on this, but he can just go to the rail and come out, but he needs to come out far enough. As far as he dare. No, he's went around the angles again. He could have stunned it in and come across. And now he's fine. He's home and dry. Well, I say home and dry. He can dink the 7 in, just draw off the cue ball. And you see, he'd not really get into the cue ball there. There's the track ball mouse shot again. He's not jabbed through that. He's not jabbed through it. You jab through it with a normal mouse, you'd struggle to get those really good with a trackball mouse. And he's got there in the end. And John Boo wins a final rack decider against DJ Redo. Larry gets there in the end for a 2-1 lead. Cue ball has gone, and Chimpy with ball in hand, with the 8-ball as his money ball, just has to find his way out. And strange that Larry scratched in that top corner pocket, because I never watched the break there, but normally Larry goes forward and comes off the bottom rail and back up the table. Sorry, he normally comes back off the pack and back to the top rail, but I don't know whether it got a kick off another ball there or not. Well, plenty of room in the left hand side, down past the middle pocket. He's not really got there, he needs to get beyond it. He needed to be down by that first diamond past the middle pocket, but he's now got to work the cue ball a wee bit here. He doesn't want to just run straight up the table. If he does, he's going to run into the 8 ball. Well, he's running into the 7 instead, but he's still got a shot. He just, again, has to be careful, because if you just let it go in, this cue ball's running up behind the 9. So you just got to dab this in. But it has to go far enough that it can get good back onto the 6. And that will do. Might even want to just drop behind the 6 with the angle he's got in the 5 here, or just drop through. Maybe not, maybe just drop through. That'd be the simplest way. Well, again, it's finding the gap and not finding the 8 ball with this shot. And he's well away from it. Now, dead weight, dead simple. And that's all come about from the scratch and the break by Larry. And Ad Mike has beaten Chase One around in a final rack decider. Now there's a dangerous handicap to anybody now who's going to meet Chase One around, because he's going to be getting a stack of balls, whoever's playing him. Well, the 2 ball gets pushed in by the 7. 5 ball goes. Cue ball still on the table. And a 1-7 to start with. Again, gentle dead weight to keep the 1 over the pocket. Because if he doesn't be careful here, he'll have no shot in the 3. He's got to be careful. He had to keep the 1 in the table there to be able to get the cue ball to do something. Now, drop it in dead weight and just cut that 3 into the side. You don't need to run the cue ball anywhere. And of course, the other thing to remember is the 8 ball has gone. Sorry, not the. I was going to say the 8 balls. The 8 ball money ball is still there, but he has to get the angle in the 6. I'm falling asleep here. Well, this tournament's moving on quite rapidly, which is handy for me because I need my bed already. Got to punch it in and get out. See, again, I think he's okay, can avoid the 9. But you see, he's ended up doing that. He had to get into that an awful lot more. What am I talking about? I forgot about the 8 again. My brain's gone. I keep looking at the table and focusing on the shots. There's a 9 ball gone, I think. I need a drink of water. Oh dear. It's the survival of the fittest. And I ain't one of them. Right, anyway, Chimpy's got himself back in the lead. And does that 2-6 act as a combo into the side? Yes, it does. It's dead on. Cue ball. The spin does the trick. right in the gap of the 5 and the 9, and just drop through. I think you want to stun this in to make sure that you miss. Well, he's ran straight into the 5, that'll do. This is another little tricky one. Just a little dink. Make sure you keep the good angle in the 4. Well, the one surefire thing that's going to happen here is that when he pots the 5, he's going to be going 2 if not 3 rails to get on the 8 off this 7 ball. It should be something like that, and that to pot the 8 back into that pocket there. So plenty of power, unless he wants to dink this in and roll the 8 up the table, but he should be going around the 3 rails. And he's gone in the narrow side, and that's why that happens. He had to get the spin to work less than that, and that's gifted Larry the chance to square the match. And that went a very narrow angle, that cue ball there, to catch the side pocket. It usually goes a lot wider than that, but I think the cue ball went forward more before. It seemed to be that the top and forward and right spin really kicked in. I don't know whether that's anything to do with the change in the physics of the game as to why that did that, because that took the very shallow angle right around the corner there into the side, when it should normally go a wider angle. But all it means is Larry's back all square, and Chimpy might be able to bury him here if you can see that 1 ball full on and just kill it stone dead. Well, you see, Chimpy's done a Larry there. He's not really get into the cue ball, and well, the only saving grace is it's not a combo at 1-9. Well, that's going to have to get a lucky roll, but it hasn't. Chimpy again has to get into this big time to stun to the side rail and come back out, and that's pretty nigh perfect. Well, he's going to have to make up for his last effort that gifted Larry the rack. Well, a good draw off this 3 ball. He's fairly straight, so a good draw just to the bottom half of the table. Again, he's left it a wee bit short, but it's better to be a wee bit short like that and still have a shot than no shot at all. So again, this well, if he goes just the 2 rails to the 3 rail at the bottom corner here where this is, he'll have a sight on the 5, but he's running around the 3. He's got the pace perfect, and that will do very nicely. And he might even run into the 8 here. That will not do him any harm. He'll still have a good shot in the 7. So the 7 and the 8 to take Chimpy back into the lead. And to rack number 8. And the tournament's been on for, what, 2 hours and 3 minutes. I need to adjust my little clock in front of the PC, in front of my monitor, because it's going a wee bit fast. That's a bit better. Well, Chimpy's break dry, and I think Larry is just going to drop to the bottom rail, just so he can see the two. Oh, he didn't need to drop to the rail, see it easy enough, but this is tricky. It's tricky because you're not really 100% certain where the cue ball's ended up, and he's ended up with no shot. Well, you know, most players, when they see a 3 ball like this, they're going for the pot, and Chimpy's no different. But how good is he going to have a shot in this 4 ball? He's going to end up on the top side of the 4, and unless he gets really good and lucky, he'll only have a shot on it into the side pocket. And that's well played. He can dink this into the side, get the cue ball out. And he's now looking to build up this lead. The obvious thing you do here is make sure you do get to the bottom half of the table or get right over to the right side. You have to make that decision because you don't want to be interfered with by this 8 and 9. So the little bit of spin off that short rail does the trick. Now this angle here, again just drop with the spin along that short rail in behind the 7. The stun and the spin does all the work for you. And now the angle he's got in the 7, just a little stun draw for the 8 into the side. Dead easy. And Chimpy now has a 2 rack lead. Larry's got his work cut out. You know, I can't remember. I don't recall Chimpy playing in many Friday night 9 balls. I could be wrong, but I don't necessarily think he was a regular in Friday night 9 ball. Somebody might be able to correct me on that. But he's threatening to go all the way. And it would be the first time in about 15 years that he'll have been to a Friday night 9 ball final. I'm willing to bet maybe more than that. But Larry's played a half decent safety. Chimpy gets a hit, gets a ball to a rail and gets a good result. Now Larry got a couple of ways to go here. He can come back to the bottom side and trying to tuck behind those 2 ball well. I presume he played the bank, because if he hasn't, he's been extremely fortunate to leave it short and still have a shot in the 2. I think we'll give Larry the benefit of the doubt. Well, in fact, he had to use the jump cue to squat around that 9. And of course, having done that, he's not in perfect shape for the 4. Oh, sorry, I forgot about the 3. I thought that was a 5 up the table. It's a 3 ball. Well, no errors is the order of the day now for Larry. Battling to get back to within 1. I think he's fairly straight in this 5 ball, which is, yeah, it's one of those ones, just a straight roll through. He's got to get there though. You've got to get there, Larry. Again, I mean, the worst thing you can do there is overhit that and come back off the rail a wee bit. He's just not got there at all. He didn't get the top spin in the cue ball. And he's way off the mark on this 6 ball. I don't think he could have finished in a worse spot. Well, this will be a sore one if Larry doesn't get this done. Well, he's gone all out for the bank. He hasn't got it. And what's more, he hasn't got the cover. I mean, this an open invitation to get to the hill. Oh, he's overcut that by a country mile. And that's a big chance gone there. There's a Russian name now, or what looks like Russian. I think it's Russian. VUM.ong. And where are these things appearing from, I'd like to know. Good evening to Cobra. Well, Larry's back to within 1 with the break. And I think it's dry as well. Now, quick look at that 7 and 8 ball. Well, they're going nowhere. Now, that'll do as a safety. Now, who's Shane Chambers when he's at home? Good evening. Well, when you've got the angle and you've got the room, you can get that shot into play. Larry's got Chimpy tied up behind a 7 and 8. I'm well aware that Chimpy is cloggy. I've been saying that for the last 2 weeks. You heard it here, folks. I'm pretty certain that's why Chimpy's changed his name Cloggy changing his name back to Chimpy. I'm taking it. I'm taking the blame for that one. Oh dear. Now, I don't think that 7 and 8 ball have changed, have they? Well, they've opened slightly, but let's just say the 7 ball's still no good. Now, I'm going to be really sad and boring here. Has anybody ever watched any Alfred Hitchcock films? Somebody must be old enough to have watched some of Alfred Hitchcock's films. Because there's a little scene right at the end of North by Northwest. North by Northwest was on this afternoon, and it's one of his best films. It's got Cary Grant in it, who is mistakenly kidnapped by these bad guys who think he's somebody, and Cary Grant's trying to prove his innocence, but in the end, the femme fatale in it is actually a government agent. And to cut a long story short, it's most famous for a couple of the scenes in the film. The one where he's getting chased down by the crop dusting plane, and also, of course, because one of the scenes near the end is on the monument. You know, what do you call it? What's the name of the monument again with the president's heads? Anyway, that one. That's the famous scenes in the film. But the funny thing that I laughed at right at the end of the film, and you know the sort of the connotations that some symbolism is in a film. It gets the scene is very cleverly cut where she's hanging off the edge of the cliff, and Cary Grant's leaning down trying to catch her arm, and the scene cuts very quickly from him telling her to reach for his arm as he's trying to rescue her, and then it very quickly cuts to them on the train, right at the end of the film, where he's putting his arm out to bring her to bed on the sleeper train, and just as that happens, that's the end of the film, and it immediately cuts to the train going into the tunnel. The train enters the tunnel, and I burst out laughing. Now, the question I would love to know is did Alfred Hitchcock deliberately put the train going into the tunnel at the end of that film for any particular reason? Make up your own minds, but I think that was a classic. Vertigo is another good one. That's the one with... he made a few films with, what do you call him, James Stewart. There's also is it The Man Who Knew Too Much? The one with Doris Day in it. That's quite a good film. I mean, and then there's The Rear Window, which is another good film. Well, not all of them. Not all of them. Alfred Hitchcock. You've got to watch out. Usually, sometimes at the opening credits of the film, is it North by Northwest? I think he's trying to get on a bus, and just as he gets to the bus doors, the doors close and he's left standing. You've got to keep your eye out. But I caught the end of North by Northwest this afternoon. I've seen it umpteen times. I could act it myself. James Mason in it as the bad guy. Anyway, that's enough movie talk. 5 racks all, and Chimpy should be on the hill any moment now. Yeah, I just thought it was funny how that little symbolism appeared right at the end of North by Northwest, and you know the sort of, you know what I'm getting at when the train goes into the tunnel. Aye, Papillon I've seen umpteen times as well. I think I saw Papillon the first couple of times before I realised that his partner in the film was Dustin Hoffman. And then there's a Clint Eastwood season on again over here. Good, the Bad and the Ugly, you name it. They're all going to be shown over Christmas. There's no many Clint Eastwood films I don't know the script for. I've seen pretty much all of them umpteen times. So, Chimpy on the hill with the break. Couple of balls, 5 balls are going to go in as well. And a shot in the 2. And, well, I suppose, what ball's that up the top there? That's the 8 ball, so he's got to get to the 8 ball. Now, how does he keep this simple? If he's going to come back off the 6, he needs to come back high enough for that 7 in past the 9 ball. He's pretty straight, but he can pinch an angle. But he needs to get back off this 6. And that will do. Now again, he could play this by going to the side rail and just let the spin do the rest, or he could draw directly off the 7. But he's got to hit it to get to that rail and get the cue ball moving and not scratch like that. Disaster. I think the safer way was the little draw. That's the only thing that could go wrong with that shot. And we're going hill. Oh dear. And Larry's had a brain fart or a mouse fart. A track ball mouse, and Larry's done it again. Well, you've seen it here, folks. Larry caught out again with a track ball mouse. He'll deny it, of course. But we all seen it. Yep, he's done it again. Wrong key. And there you go, that's how to lose a match in Friday Night 9 Ball. Gift it to your opponent. And so Chimpy goes through. And he might be in the hot seat now, is he not? Oh no, the hot seat match is coming up. And this is a guy I don't think I've seen play. This guy, Ad Mike. And I would imagine he's going to be getting a handicap. Maybe not a hefty one, seeing as it's Chimpy's playing and not Larry. And meanwhile, Larry moves over to play John Boot. Ice Age has just started his match with Chase 1 around, and there's the danger on this side of the tournament is whoever Larry plays, he's given a stack of money balls against. So Larry's got his work cut out to survive, especially now it's only a race to 4. And he's given John Boo 7 and out, and that's perilous. So it is. Right, so Chimpy now moving in to play Ad Mike. We'll find out where he's from. Maybe they're lagging off, that's why I can't get in straight away. I hope that's the case. Nope. Oh well, Chimpy's won the lag. Right, let's find out where he's from. He's from the States according to that, a B-rated player. And he's getting 6 and out against Chimpy. And he's under 1700 rated. So it looks like he struggles to get ball sequences going. Yeah, he's just having a go. In this situation, you've just got to be careful at the business end of the rack. You make that one mistake, you're virtually gifting the rack to your opponent. And Chimpy doing the right thing there. If this fella's just going to have a bang, which looks like, you see there he's fluked to 4. That could have been the 6 ball. Yeah. Oh, this is a player that clearly has a lot to learn. It's all again down to whether they do want to learn. Well, that's running very nice, that cue ball. I think the 2 squeezes past the 3. Oh, I have plenty of room. The only big problem here is the 5 ball and getting from it to the 6. But I think Chimpy, I think he's got to come back off this 3, because if he goes forward, he's bound to run into something. I think he'd be safer coming back the way. And he doesn't want to hook himself in the 5, but he can put Mike in trouble. He needs to avoid a scratch. Well, it did everything but go in, and now he might as well have a go at the bank, because I think he's sitting pretty good in the bank here. He won't have a shot in the 6 though, and this is the dangerous point in the rack, where if he see, that's the right thing to do. I don't know whether he's got cover. Yes, he has done, because if he'd banked that 5, there was no way he was getting in the 6, and he would have had to try and play a safety from it. And he's going to have to bail out here, and this is how easily it is to lose a rack when you're given 6 and out. He's got to not only get the hit, but get lucky. And that will do. Now, might have a kick at this. I mean, if that was me, I would have been a kick off that rail into the 5 to combo the 6 into the corner, but he never even gave it a second look. And this is the thing I talk about how players can improve their game. They can do it straight away, immediately, by thinking about what they're doing and by looking at options. And we've got a player here who's not really, I think, putting an awful lot of thought into what he's doing, which probably also explains why he is a 1600 rated player. So all the room you could ever need, you just drop across the table, nice and straight in the 9. And if Chimpy doesn't make any glaring errors, he should comfortably go through this match. And like I say, the big danger is that Larry's going to be crowded out on that one loss side if this match goes the way it most obviously looks like it's going to go. Cue ball's heading the wrong direction though. It stays in the table. The break's dry, I think. Again, an attempted pot in the 2, or the 1, but the 2 gets nudged in by the cue ball. Yeah, first, the other bit of advice for Ad Mike is to slow yourself down, because he's not taking any length of time to just set himself in a shot, and you're never going to achieve anything by just looking at a ball and hitting it without lining yourself up properly. I don't think Chimpy can avoid hitting the 8 here. Maybe, let's have a look. I don't think he can, but I think he might as well run for cover here as well. There's plenty of balls to try and run this 3 ball in behind. And he's also got the cover with the cue ball. And he could very easily go for the 3 foul here, because these balls are sitting very nicely for a 3 foul. But Mike knows how to jump. He's managed to bail out in the jump shot. Still no further update on what's happening with Semi-Pro and Stub, other than as it stands now, Semi-Pro can't play again until Monday. And I think Monday's now the new deadline, because the deadline on the loser's side was extended by Steve, who he says himself he doesn't know whether that's going to wreck the tournament or not, but he took the opportunity to increase the deadline date for the tournament, I think, until Monday. So they'll obviously have to play the match sometime, but you'll know as soon as I do when that's going to be. Well, an easy safety here, just skim that 4, just a feather's edge. Six and 7 locked up. And that's going to be ball in hand. And now Chimpy, well, I don't think he wants to risk breaking the 6 and 7 out from the 4 ball. He wants to be getting on the 5, and if he gets lucky and has an angle, fine, he can play the breakout from there, but I don't think it's worth risking it off the 4. I think he's flunked to 9. That's one way of solving a problem. That takes care of that issue. And it's 2-0. Again, the balls break very nicely. They're all rolling, but none going into pockets. And now Admite has a shot in the 1. And the 2 ball is on. Well, Larry's comfortably through his first match on the 1 loss side. He's beaten John Boo 4 racks to 0. Well, Admite managed to get himself hooked in the 2. Had a pop at it with the jump stick. Got himself out of it. Hasn't left anything easy. And the cue ball has to be coming across this side, but it has to go. Well, he was trying to move the cue ball to the top side of the 3 ball so he could play it into this pocket, but it was a tough enough shot as it was, having to play it at pace to get the cue ball moving. Well, there's a nice little hidey hole up the top end of the table to be hiding the cue ball. And there is a gap between the 7 and the 9 with a bit of spin that he could maybe just miss the 4 and find his way up the top corner of the table. I don't know whether it's 100% on. He would be pushing the 2 ball towards this bottom right hand corner if he tried that. No, that'll do. That's pretty safe. Well, no prizes for guessing what's going to happen here. Well, the fatal move here is to bang the cue ball up the table and try and hit the 2 and split everything. Well, he's managed to kick it from the side rail, got a hit, and got it fairly safe. Now again, Chimpy can try and lock the cue ball up onto the 4 here, really tight. No, he's went all out for the pot. Well, that was maybe a time there where he should have just nailed that to the 4. Now, all of us that have played VP4 for years, shots like that, you know, it looks to the likes of us who've played the game for a long time, it looks a fairly easy pot, and you wonder why a player is missing pots like that. But the answer is simply by not setting himself up and giving himself long enough time to get their aiming right. You know, it doesn't matter how new you are to the game or how inexperienced you are. If you don't have a set way of going about things, you'll never get there. Well, he could actually overcut the 4 to the short rail in the top end and spin the cue ball over. Well, he's got the double kiss. But I don't think he got the 4 with the right line there. If he had done, he would have went that direction, right in behind the 5 and 6. Now you see there, Ad Mike's had a go at the pot and the 4 with no chance there of getting on the 5. And then, you know, you don't play that shot unless you know you can see the 5. Now, Chimpy trying to pinch an angle here. He certainly can. Get that spinning into them. I don't know how much pace he can get out of it. And now this is where Ad Mike has a possibility to get a rack in the board here. Unless Chimpy can get this safe somehow. But he's got to find a way to try and hit the 5 ball. Well, Mike's saying he'll at some point remember to pot a ball. I think he should be not so much remembering to pot a ball, but remember to have a set way of preparing to pot a ball, which he doesn't have. It's non-existent. A lot of work needing done in his game. But once again, he's not a player I see around very much. And bearing in mind he's going by his profile, he's in the States, so if he is online, he's often online at times that I'm not here, but he's probably just another player who does not get a lot of table time for work commitments and all that sort of stuff. But I think he could improve his game tenfold by just doing 2 or 3 little things. And the first one being set yourself up for the shot. Take a second or two to look at what you're trying to play and the potting angle, and then play the shot. Meanwhile, Chimpy opens the gap further. 3 racks to 0. Ball in the bottom right. 4-ball track into the side pocket. It's hanging over there. A very thin cut in the 1. And the 2-ball has gone. Quick look at this 7 and 9. I don't think that 7 goes. Or does it? That is so hard to judge. Now when you look at it from there, the 7 goes. I think the 7 just goes. That is so tight. No, maybe it looks very close. It's hard to see whether that ball's beyond the 9. I think it goes. See, when you look at it from there, I think that 7 goes. We'll soon find out. Let's see if he's trying to get the hit, but the problem again with that is you can't guarantee you're having a shot. And that was maybe a wrong move again there by Chimpy, because you're just riding your luck there to have a shot in the 6, and you can't be doing that. Well, this is the best opportunity that Admike's going to have to get on the board. Pot this 6 ball. Let's have a look at how he's aiming. You see, he's just having a bang. He's not interested one bit in the slightest of getting himself set. You've got to put some heart and soul into it to actually make a ball. And well, whether that 7 ball went or not, it's immaterial. It certainly goes now. And Admike's not going to get a rack in the board unless he gets an absolute gift over a pocket. He's not going to win a rack in this match. I'm prepared to stake money on that. Chimpy's going to have to hang a money ball over the pocket for Admike to get anything in this game. I think he just got back far enough. I mean, there is... Admike has given lots of reasons for criticism, but as I say, you can do an awful lot to help yourself. He's doing absolutely nothing to help himself. And it doesn't give you a lot of hope for his prospects of surviving in the tournament much longer than his first match he's going to play in the 1-loss side. Because he's not going to get anything out of this. Who did he play? Let's have a look at who he played before he... Who was he playing in this bracket? Oh, you see, he was playing Chase One Around, and he's just in the same... He's in the same category as him. The two of them, you know, they don't have any great idea really of where they're going about to win a rack, and no wonder it went to a final rack decider. But the strangest thing of all is that he beat Christian 7-zip, getting the 7-ball. So I don't know what happened in that match. We're seeing that he's not putting in a great deal of effort to actually pot a ball in this match. Now, is that because he's resigned to defeat in the first place? Because if that's the case, that's entirely the wrong attitude to have. You're never going to do anything, or win anything, or pot anything if you've given up before you start. Now, suddenly, after all of that, Ad Mike's got a rack in the board. What happened here? What did I miss? He suddenly got a rack. Did Chimpy gift him one? Right, so no problem with the 2-ball, big problem with the 3-ball, but great opportunity to lock your opponent up. So that's basically what you do here. You pot the 2 and then you lock this cue ball up right onto the top of that 6-ball. He's looking at the combo, but I wouldn't even be wasting my time risking that. I would just push and nail the cue ball right on top of that 6. Well, that was asking to be dropped right on top of the 6-ball. Chimpy didn't play it. And whenever you're giving somebody the opportunity to actually hit the object ball when you're giving them 6 and out, there's always that chance they're going to bang something onto something and pot something one way or another. You don't want to be giving them a sniff. So Chimpy's going for the 3-9. Well off the mark. Nice. I mean, there's simple things. Maybe Ad Mike needs to change his field of view. Maybe he wants to run it down to 30 instead of 40, because he might be playing in default. He might need to have the angle or the visual angle shortened a bit by maybe zooming in a bit more. I don't know. I mean, he can do things to try and help himself, but is he prepared to spend much time doing that? I don't really think so. Now this 4's offline. It's one of those in the middle shots. And now 2 rails, but not too far for this 6-ball into the same pocket, I would think. Oh no, he's hitting it in the short side to take it into the side. Now, he just a wee dab of left, just to make sure he's coming out into the table and opening up the angle for the 7. And that will do nicely. Anything but straight in the 8. So Chimpy now with a comfortable lead. And that's a good idea. I'll have a drink as well. Well, for anybody who has missed any matches on the 8 Ball World Championship, I think there's about 56 live streams on my YouTube channel. Not 56 matches, 56 live streams. There's actually more than 56. There's probably 60 something matches or bits of matches that are on the playlist. The one that's getting a few views at the moment is the last one. The match with Bedhead and Stubb, where Stubb choked more than once, as did Bedhead. Worth having a look at that one if you didn't see it. Meanwhile, a wee bit of cat and mouse here. Oh, I'd be heading right up into that corner. Try to land on one of those balls up the top side there. At least make it awkward. But Jimpy's played the bank on the one, got shape in the two, and going for the kill. Not a problem in the table, and no reason why he shouldn't be there. Well, I'd say not a problem. The big problem will be the 4 with the angle that he's got here in the 3, because I think he's fairly straight. And he's got to thump this in to get across. And that's probably about as good as he could do from there. There's no problem in worrying about how to get on the 5. That's a natural. Just cut the 4. And again, I think he's ended up bolt straight. I mean, he could again just pinch it in and stud it and come across. Oh, my body's on proper shutdown mode now, I'll tell you. And I think I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning. I had a good night's sleep, but the body clocks are all confused. It's all topsy-turvy. Oh dear. That's a quick bailout. Mad Mike has gone. So what am I doing on Christmas Day? Exactly what I'm doing right now. Nothing. I mean, I don't treat it as Christmas Day. It's just another day off for me. I'll try and have a long lie in. I'll probably get up and have a game of cowboy with the guys in the morning. And then have a browse through and see what crap's in the telly worth watching. Probably nothing. In fact, I'll probably spend most of the day trawling through iPlayer looking at things that I've missed. I think there's probably a few things I could watch in iPlayer, but honestly not a lot. Well, I got my steak pie the other day. I've got my steak pie, I've got my potatoes, my peas and carrots. And this morning, I was out the house. That's the other reason I forgot to put the bin out this morning. I was talking to Tammy earlier on. I'd forgot that the binman came today. One of the bins, the one that they collect with the plastic and the paper, I forgot to put it out because I had nipped out the house early on this morning. After I had a game of cowboy with the guys this morning, and it was about 7:20 or something like that, and I nipped up to Tesco because I was going up to get my big chocolate, what do you call it, trifle. Tesco do a chocolate trifle, which I've had the last few years, so I have that. I'll have half of that as dessert tomorrow after I've had my steak pie and my veg and potatoes and stuff. And then I'll have the second half of it the next day, on Boxing Day, and the second half of my steak pie. I think Ad Mike's gone for the day. He's had enough, guys. I think that is it. Sayonara, Control-Alt-Delete. See you later. Because I'll tell you something, Potman. Turkey has crossed my lips once, and it wasn't a turkey dinner that I had at home. It was turkey that I had somewhere else, and I said there and then, I said, well, I'll never have that again. It's the most bland thing to be eaten on Christmas Day. I mean, what other thing can you eat where you have to actually embellish it with cranberry sauce, turkey gravy, turkey stuffing and everything else to actually give it some flavour? It's the most bland bit of meat you can eat. So no way do I ever have turkey. I've always had steak pie. Big Scottish steak pie. Can't beat it. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to sit here and wait till this time's out, because I think Ad Mike has... I think Ad Mike maybe thought the match was over. I think he thought it was 7-1, but it's still only 6-1, but... I don't think he will be back. And the steak pie goes in the oven at 11 AM, as it has done for years gone by. It goes in at 11 AM and it goes on the low heat on my gas oven, barely at 1. It will stay in. You ignore the cooking instructions for the steak pie, by the way. You put it in the oven at 11 AM and it goes in a low heat for the first hour, and then you turn the heat up to maybe like 1.5, 2 on the oven, and then at 1 o'clock you turn it up a bit more, because you don't want to toast the crust. So the steak pie's in the oven at least 3 hours, where everything's warmed through, and then for the last half an hour you turn it up a bit higher until you then see the gravy bubbling out the hole in the top. And once that's done, then usually it's approaching the Queen's speech and all of that crap, and then while that's on, I've got my veg and everything else getting ready, the tea's ready in the pot, everything's ready to go, and then it's a case of cutting up the steak pie, and that's it. That's a guarantee. But the pie has to be in for at least 3 hours, and you warm it up slowly, but you boost it for the last half an hour so that you can at least see that the gravy inside it is bubbling out the hole in the top, or maybe leaking out the side a wee bit. Then you know the pie's red hot and it's good to go. Anyway, who says I couldn't win MasterChef? Where are we now? Well, Chimpy's now in the hot seat, so he can hang about there. He can go and get another drink. Meanwhile, we've got Larry playing Chase One Around, giving a stack of money balls to Chase One Around, 5 and out. And Larry's 2-1 up, so let's jump in. Well, I've actually been getting... I used to get the steak pie from the butcher, and this is what I used to do as well when I was off on Christmas Eve. I used to get put a deposit on a steak pie at the butcher, and that way you would at least have one. And then I'd get up at 6 o'clock in the morning and drive down to the butcher's and collect the pie on Christmas Eve. And then I think it was a couple of years ago, I didn't have time to get there, so I bought an emergency steak pie out of Tesco, a Malcolm Allen one, and it was pretty good. So for the last couple of years I bought a Malcolm Allen one, and there's nothing wrong with them. As I say, you just totally ignore the instructions on the box, because it tells you to put it in the oven for about an hour or 40 minutes or something, and then it'll be ready. That's a load of bull. It's not properly heat up if you're doing that, and then you end up charring the pastry. So you do. Good evening to Slim. Oh, I've struggled all week, Slim. That was the first moan I had tonight, having to get up 5 days in a row at 2 AM in the morning. That is just a no-go. I mean, if I wanted to work night shift, I would have took a night shift job. That is not for me. My body clock's totally humped. Well, Larry, given 5 and out, and can't afford mistakes. He's on the hill. I bought I don't know whether Napnicker will know what I'm talking about. When I went to Tesco this morning, because I wanted to get maybe a big bag of crisps and whatever else. I had 2 or 3 things to get. Well, haggis is an acquired taste, pot man. And you have to have it with neeps and tatties. You can't just have haggis on its own. It's too dry. You have to have it. And the other thing is you have to have brown sauce on it as well. But anyway, I went up to the local Tesco, and of course I'm wandering around just seeing what will catch my eye. And of course there was one of those, what do you call them? What the hell do you call them again? I've totally forgotten what you call them. The Terry's chocolate orange. I thought I'll have one of them. And what did I do tonight after I had my dinner? Put the kettle on, cup of coffee, and I'm sat down there watching the end of I was watching the end of the film, the North by Northwest, and I managed to gorge myself on a full Terry's chocolate orange with my cup of coffee. So that's it, come and gone. It won't see the light of day again. All in one sitting. What a glutton. Yeah, you can't beat a bit of haggis, but haggis isn't something you worry about the contents of it, or what goes into the ingredients. But you must have it with potatoes and turnip, but you must have brown sauce on it. Well, as I say, that Terry's chocolate orange, I mean, the idea was I was going to have 2 or 3 segments with a cup of coffee, but see, once I started, gone. That's why I keep saying I don't buy, I haven't bought Jaffa cakes for years, because if I buy them and I'm sitting with a cup of coffee and I open the packet, that's the packet gone. Once I start, I can't stop. There's no point in buying them. I can't just have 2. I have to have 22. Well, Larry, again, trying to keep himself at the table, and he's now got himself awkward once again. And this is how a match can quickly turn on its head if Larry can't take this out here. But in goes the 7, and he's now going to be home and dry. But he's again finding the hard way to do it. So Larry goes through and manages to scrape through the minefield of 5 and out against Chase One Around. So what time are we now? We're now 3 hours into the tournament. It's just gone past 10 PM. And we've now got Larry up against Ad Mike, who was sent across to the one-loss side from Chimpy. But again, Larry is going to have to be very wary, even though Ad Mike doesn't seem to be inclined to pot a ball and doesn't seem to be probably here. Let's have a quick look. I think, yeah, oh no, wait a minute. Yes, he is here. Well, that's strange, isn't it? I mean, did he just have an internet failure, or did he bail out in that first match? Because he's still online. Anyway, is it Larry or is it him that's in the room? Oh, it's him that's in the room. He's keen to go. No, Slim. That's what I was talking about earlier on. The deadline has been extended, I think. I thought it was until Monday, but whenever it is. But Semi can't play now till Monday anyway. He could have played early this afternoon. Stubb was, his name was in the lobby, but I don't think he was present. Semi was asking in the chat if he wanted to arrange it for this afternoon. That never happened. So, in the end, you'll probably know as much as I do about when it's going to get played. And Larry's probably having what they call a comfort break. But he's certainly going to be given a stack to add Mike in this match. Something like 5 and out, I would imagine. He certainly is. So Larry wins the lag and needs to get off to a good start. Race to 4, and this is a minefield. 5 and out. Well, he's got the first part of it. He's got a ball. He's got the second part. He's on the 1. And his next ball is a 3 ball, so he's very handy for the 3. Yeah, he can just push around the corner. Now this is tricky because he's got to take evasive action here. He's got too high an angle in the 3, and he has to get down the right hand side, and he has to avoid the 7. And he's avoided the 7, and the pace is good because he's going to run around the angle again. He might be just a bit straight though. Yeah, this is tricky because if he goes forward, he could run into the 5. He's taking his medicine and leaving it short to run it up the rail. But again, he has to get it. And he's overcut it, and this is going to hang over the centre of the middle. And Mike can see it, and that's how quickly a rack will run away by mistakes like that. 5 and out is perilous. And the ball has gone in. And Mike's got a shot in the 1. And look at where the 9 ball is. He might have a bang at this 2 ball. He might have a bang. Yep. And what's more, he might get lucky and have Larry with no shot. And he has done as well. And this is dangerous. If Larry does not get a hit in this 2 ball, it could be 2-9 for a 2-0 lead here. Larry's got to move something. He's going to try and... Well, I thought he was going to try and cut from the 2 and nudge the 9 in. Well, he can pot the 2. He's going to have no shot in the 3. I mean, he's going to have to work some sort of miracle here to get anywhere near this 3 ball. Well, he's got loads of spin. And now he's got an easy safety. Just tuck it along the rail and run for the long grass. And he should have his opponent in trouble. Well, I thought he would have been better going a wee bit to the right as we look. You know, if you play that shot with a bit of English, you send a cue ball that way to use the cover of these 2 balls here. Again, a tricky one to avoid the 4. I don't think there's an awful lot he can do. He's just hoping he runs it and keeps it in play, which he's done. Now, it's all about either stunning right down here and trying to get really good in the 5 on the right side, or coming that way and avoiding the 7 to get the 5 this side. He can dig down that way. He's trying to go out around the corner, and he's played that well. That's a good shot. Now, how's the angle in the 5? He could come the bottom side of the... What's he doing with the cue ball? Is he trying to stun across or stun? It's hard to work out what Larry's doing here. Yeah, he is trying to stun. But you see, he never get into the cue ball. Now he can play the billiard off the 6 onto the 9. He's got to at least try and nudge the 9 somewhere or other. Well, he's banked to 6. He's got another pressure pot in the 7. And not only that, he's got to find his way to this bottom rail. It's not set in stone that that's a gimme. Now, how's that to the rail? Let's have a look. Oh, well, he's a couple of millimetres off it, but he's just got to get it right in the nail. And it goes. So we're back all square. But do not blink, because anything can happen. Well, Larry's dry. And now there's a nice little hiding place in this bottom right hand corner here. Perfect line. And I don't know what Larry's trying. He should have been running for cover there. He's got away with it though. Now there was nothing to stop him kicking off that rail to get to that one ball. Absolutely nothing whatsoever. He never even gave it a glance. Devoid of ideas was the phrase that came into my head there. So Larry given a free go, and the problem is still getting from the 3 to the 5, or the 4 to the 5 I should say. The obvious way of doing that would be to somehow get to pot the 4 on the side. Now Larry's run into the 7. And now he's got a lot of work to do. It's going to have to be the 5-8 combo. I don't think he's got much choice in the matter. He's just got to get this cue ball as far over to this left side as he can to be looking down the line of this 5 and 8. Or he could leave a bank on the 5 into this corner up here. He's done neither. He's going to be cutting this up the rail. Needs to keep running. I think he's okay. There's a little chip on the edge of the 6. Yeah, I wonder if this match will get to its conclusion, unlike the last match that I'd Mike played in. So Larry back into the lead with the break, and only a race to 4. Well, 4 ball is gone, I think. Bottom left hand corner, no shot in the 1. Well, Stubb, what's the problem with arranging this match? Tell us what the problem is, because Semi-Pro can't play you now until Monday. I presume he's told you that. So maybe you can tell us, instead of sending requests to play at 4:30 in the morning GMT, what's your sensible times you've sent him, so that we can get this match done and get on with our lives. See, you never, that's the problem that Steve says, you never give a straight answer. I've asked you a question. What times have you proposed to Semi GMT to get the match played? It should be something along the lines of 7 PM, 7:30, 8 o'clock, something like that, which would be like 2 2 p.m. your time, 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Well, what again? Give us a straight answer for Christ's sake. What the hell's normal ones? Normal ones isn't your time. Because there's no way that somebody from the UK is going to play you at 4 o'clock in the morning. So get that idea out of your head. That ain't happening. Just a straight bloody answer. Well, there's Larry scratching in the side. But is Mike going to be able to pot this 3, get in behind the 4, roll the 4 up the rail, and then pot the 5 for the rack? And the lead. And suddenly, this could end up a nightmare for Larry. And suddenly, Mike is setting himself up for a shot. And suddenly, Larry's got his back against the wall. And Mike's getting balls in the break. And I think one of them was a 5 ball that gets respotted. No shot in the 1. Oh dear, the cue ball's gone as well, so it's a scratch. Well, Larry's been relieved there. He's only saying he can play Monday. Well, he's telling you he can play Monday. He offered you this afternoon, but there was no reply from you in the lobby, because I was there and I witnessed it. Or you were sitting there ignoring what he was saying. Right. You don't need to copy and paste anything. He can't play until Monday, so you send him the times or you accept the proposals he's given, sent to you for Monday. End of, and that's it sorted. Then everybody knows and can make time to watch the match. It's just a simple thing. Well, Larry looking to take this all the way. He's still got to get there though, from this 7 ball to the 8. Well, that's strange, because I sat and read the chat where he offered to play this afternoon, but you weren't responding. Well, this needs to keep rolling. It needs to keep going. He's okay. You only need to send one proposal. I've told you. 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock Monday. That's 1 p.m, 2 p.m, 3 p.m. your time. The answer to that is no. Not online. A few years ago, one guy had modded all the tables, he had modded the cues, he had modded the balls, and it all looked cool, but that's the only time I've ever seen anything modded in the game. But it was all offline. Right, Stub, answer me this question. And the answer to the question is yes or no. It couldn't be any simpler. Here's the question. Are you working on Monday? The answer is yes, I'm working on Monday. No, I'm not working on Monday. I'm still on holiday, or vacation as you guys call it. What's the answer? Now Larry got the angle in the 8. Now does he want to come? He's got two ways of doing this, but because he's near the rail, he'll go that way. I would think it's the most obvious way to go is inside the 9, but right out into the table. He'll probably do everything totally different. He might dig down in the cue ball. No, going to the side rail. He's following the commentator's line. Remember, the commentator never gets it wrong. Not when he's awake, that is. So you're now working on Monday. And when's the deadline? Larry goes through. There's the deadline for this damn thing. Hang on a minute. Where am I going? Calendar. No, I'm not going there. I'm going there. Right, hang on a sec. Let's have a look at this damn thing. Right, the event bracket says December the 30th. Give me a second just to remind myself where that is. So, right, the deadline is December the 30th at 7:30. Why the hell has Steve set it for 7:30 AM? I mean, that's crazy. It should be 7:30 PM the deadline. 7:30 AM is like that's 2:30 AM in the morning on December the 30th. That's no good to semi-pro as a deadline. But anyway, I'm not getting any more involved in it. It's pointless. It'll either be arranged or it won't be arranged. No, I don't have any mods for Virtual Pool 4. Nor am I likely to either. Bearing in mind I wouldn't have a clue about doing mods for the game. So wrong button, hang on a minute. This is the Christmas Eve Friday night 9-ball final, race to 9, between Chimpy from the Netherlands, Larry from the USA, and Chimpy is the top of the HUD. He's getting the 8-ball. And we know that he can make good use of that. Yeah, but he didn't have to set it to 7:30 AM. He could have set it to PM. That at least gives you all day the Thursday to get it done. Is that not my point? It's pointless having it to 7:30 AM Thursday. That's no good to anybody. So let's look at these. Oops, wrong button. Well, the shot to play here is a firm stun in a 3 with top right English. hit the rail, spin it into the balls and get them broken out. Needs to be a lot firmer than that though, much firmer than that, to get the not only the spin to work, but the stun to work, and to get to that rail and chip the 6 and the 4. So he needed to be a lot more aggressive with that shot, and now he's in trouble. That's a good hit. How's his luck? It's not too bad. He'll settle for that one. Only problem is the 5 and the 6 and 7 are locked up, I think. But that is a good kick and a good save. I thought it'd be some other chemical you'd be taking, Stubb. Not just caffeine. Well, that combo can easily be made if you're sitting here, not if you're sitting here. If you can get on it, which you can off the 5 ball, it's a fairly straightforward combo to make. Meanwhile, Chimpy's missed the 4. Larry will be looking to leave himself an angle on this 5. I don't know that that's the angle. Maybe he's just trying to draw back for the combo. I think that's the best he can do. Let's see if that's what he's got planned. Well, the angle again isn't great. Is he trying to draw right into this 5 and trying to split them? Yep. That's what he tried, and he's got lucky. He's sending you 8 AM Eastern time, so that would be 9, 10, 11, 12. That would be 1 PM in the afternoon UK time. What day is that he's sending that for? Monday. Because if you play it then, I'll be at work on Monday. I think I'm on only to 11 o'clock on Monday though. I'd need to double check. Then again it might be 2, I'm not sure. But anyway, if it goes ahead and I'm not there, I don't care, as long as it goes ahead. I would like to stream it though. And of course, not everybody else can watch it at that time, so there are people who would want to watch it at a more suitable time, if they can't be online or they're back at work or whatever. Well, again, Larry's going to have to work the cue ball big time. He's going to have to drop this in dead weight and leave the cut in the 9, or let the cue ball run. And he's tried to drag all the pace off it, and he's played it well. And the 9 is off, well, I presume it is off the rail. Let's have a quick look if we can get there. Aye, it's off the rail. So Larry finally gets first blood. By the way, you know what was on the TV last night? Rocky 4. And I caught the last 20 minutes of it, which was basically all you need to see, because that's the big fight with Dolph Lundgren, the big Russian. And the one thing about the Rocky fights, if you've ever noticed, it's obviously a bit corny the way they're punching. But the one thing I noticed in that fight last night, the referee took absolutely no part in it whatsoever, other than the fact he was in the ring with them. And I don't think the referee takes any part in any of the Rocky fights. If you watch it, the referee's there, but he does absolutely nothing. It's all action. And yet, the more you watch them now, the more cornier the fights look. And the guy, the Russians, the top brass of the Russians that were there, one of them was supposed to be Gorbachev at the time. A sort of Gorbachev look-alike. Well, Larry looks as if he's racing off to a 2-rack lead here. And as I mentioned earlier, I can't remember if Chimpy took part in many or any of Friday Night Nine Balls when they were on. Only he could answer that question. But there's still a long way to go in this match. But if somehow Chimpy were to come through this match and win it, and if he did take part in Friday Night Nine Ball in VP3, this would be the first Friday Night Nine Ball that he will have won in about at least 15 years. But he's still got to do that. Did you win last week's? Where was I last week? What was I? That's probably why I missed it. Was I not streaming a match at the time? Or, in fact, tell a lie, I think I streamed a match and went to bed. Because I think I was up early the next day anyway, so I think that's what I probably did. Oh well, the record's already been broken then. And it will have been about the first time in about 15 years. Well, Larry, if you can see this 4-ball, he's looking to nail the cue ball behind the 5. And he's got it wrong. He's got the spin working too much there. Because that cue ball was supposed to be locked behind the 5 and 6. And it squirted out. Well, this needs to just run the sort of natural angle this with the pot. The pot goes in, the cue ball goes that way, maybe with a wee bit of spin, but it's going to be difficult to avoid the 9 to squirt down. Yeah, he's trying to go in a narrower line. I think if you took the sort of more natural line with a bit of spin, that was going to run into the 9. And he's ended up scratching. And Larry now with ball in hand, perfect angle of course, to drop right down onto the bottom rail. And he just has to make sure that when he's potting the 5, he's not interfering with the 6. And I think he's fine. He's just got to dink this in. And now anywhere up into the middle of the table. Up by the middle pocket's where you want to be. Well, Larry's playing it the delicate method. He's got there. So it's a strong start for Larry. Three 0 in front. Cue ball. Oh, ball has gone in. Cue ball stayed in the table. Now he's got a cut back in the one. And let's have a look at this angle. He's just trying to jab it in to hold for the three. Played that well. Now, does he want to just come back a tad for the four into the side? Problem with this is, in fact, he's actually got a perfect line. Just roll it in. He had to just get the right line there to make it really simple to leave himself the five. And it should be 4-zip in a second or two. And he's gone way inside with the spin. And again, this is either leave it short for the long 7 or come right up to the middle for it in the side and not scratch. I think he's the wrong side of it. So this is going to be 3 rails unless he leaves the cut, but I think that's a bit pointless because how's he going to hold for the 9? It's going to be 3 rails, the right spin. Oh, disaster. That's the only thing that can go wrong there. And it's a gift to get Chimpy off the mark. There's another one under a different name. And this, the same spam. Boom.ngo. I don't know what the hell that's all about. But Chimpy gets a free gift. And gets a ball in the break. The cue ball is still live. And I think he can see the one. Or can he? Well, he can just... I think he can just barely get to it. A wee bit of spin. Yeah, he's managed to get there. And now running for cover is the order of the day. I had... I'm sure I put the... I mean, these... As far as I know, I've got it subscribers only that can actually chat. And for new subscribers, they have to be online for an hour or more. Or tell a lie, I think it's 5 days or something. I can't remember. I changed it, so I don't know how these bots or whatever they are managing to spam stuff into the chat. I haven't worked that out. Cue ball. Well, it's another free go here for Chimpy. And, well, if there's going to be a tricky one, it's just getting onto the 6, where you're not running into the 8. But even if you do run into the 8, you're still bound to have a shot in the 7, so you'd need to do something seriously wrong. I'll tell you where the problem is. The problem is getting onto that 3 at a good angle to drop onto the 5. Now, well, he could try if he can get enough room to spin in behind the 5. I think he can. I don't know whether... well, the spin is what? That's perfect. That was well played. And now the little issue with the 6 ball, that I say, if you cut the 6 and run into the 8, it really shouldn't be a problem. Well, the only other issue then is just getting back from the 7 onto the 8. Well, we know the rule here. Anything but top side of that 8 ball with the cue ball. And he tried his best to get the top side. He's okay. So this, to get back to within 1. Napnicker, can you have a look on YouTube and look at the chat participants? And can you see who the people are in the chat? I haven't got my second monitor hooked up to YouTube. I'm just wondering if there's any strange names in the list of participants. Right, so we're into rack number 6. Chimpy's broke off, ball in the break, no shot in the 1. Well, Larry, I think I'll just dink the 1 dead weight and just try and drop behind the 5. He needs to. I don't think he can avoid running the 1 into the 2 though, playing that shot. So the problem with that is he has to get the cue ball in cover behind the 5 so that Chimpy can't see the 1. See, that's the problem. He's now left a shot. Okay, it's fine that he can cut the 1 ball, and he's not risking it. He's trying to tie it up. Now let's have a look at this 7 ball, see how it's sitting. Well, that goes, that 7 ball, off the rail, no problem. Who's you and me are listed? What, me on YouTube? That's weird. Well, Chimpy in trouble. Gets a hit in the 2. And, well, it could have finished worse, but it does cut. And the cue ball will be running 3 rails, or at least 2, if Larry just plays it pocket weight to run off the rail, miss the 6, and just come into the table for the 3. Oh, and he had to cut it a lot thinner than I thought. Now, he doesn't need to move the 7, and he'll be drawn to the rail to avoid running into the 7 and the 9 to have a shot in the 5. Well, he couldn't avoid it. It hasn't done any harm. Now, the shot here is to go to the rail and out for the 6. He's trying to just finish short side of it again. Yep. Now he's dead straight though. So just try and pinch a little bit just so that he can get to the long rail. Or is he going to stay out? Well, this is going to... He's got to make sure he gets this flush. I mean, it's off the rail, but he can lose the cue ball here. And it just barely got legs to get there. Yeah, as I said, Slim, I think I changed the settings on YouTube for new subscribers. It was only to try and get rid of this crap that's appearing every now and again, but it's made no difference. So Larry opens the gap to 2 again. Oh dear. Oh. I've definitely hit the sleep wall big time. I need a cup of coffee, but I certainly probably will have a cup of coffee after this. There's no point in having one now. Well, Larry's come up dry again. Chimpy could have played something better than that. And Larry's going to have to get lucky here to get good in this too, unless he stuns the one in, which makes the shot more difficult. He's trying to get their dead weight. Yeah, Restream bot will be there because that's the software that amalgamates or collects all the chat and then sends it back to me to appear on my screen. The Restream bot will always be there, but it does nothing other than that. And then it will post when I've had 100 messages in the chat. That's the only thing it does. Or it might be temperamental, I don't know. But see, it does no harm other than what it's meant to do. Whether it appears or it doesn't, I don't know. Whether the software's temperamental in the sense that sometimes it appears and sometimes it doesn't. It wouldn't surprise me. Well, Larry looking as if he's making his move to pull away here. His odds on certainty to open this gap to 3 again. So Larry, again this time, he's got a ball and a break. He's going to have to bank the 2. And cue ball heading in the right direction for a shot in the 3 if he does play the bank. Well, it's gone in off the 4. He'll take it anyway. Cue ball stays in the table, just. And he should open the gap to 4 here. It's all looking good. Oh, he's going to finish in the top rail. That's no man's land. That's where you don't want to be. Well, he's not quite in the rail, but it's going to be extremely thin. He might be reverse banking this. That looks like what he's playing. No, yes he is. Of course, that's what happens. You just have no clue where the cue ball's ended up. But he's got a cut. He'll maybe be threatened to get near the side pocket or let it run up the top end of the table for the 6 down in at the bottom right. Or he might do that and have no shot at all. I never thought of that one. Well, it's not over till it's over, as the saying goes. But Larry's going to have to put this 6 ball onto that short rail at the end there. Try and protect it, but once again he's gone all out. Maybe for a shot at the bank, but to give him the benefit of the doubt, he's got the 6 ball exactly where I said he wanted it. Nailed to the rail pretty much. And very difficult to get the right connection on this 6 ball to keep it there or thereabouts and stop it travelling. All out for the bank. Is it going to hold up? Oh, it just drops in pocket weight. Absolutely dead weight to give that ball every chance to cheat the pocket and finally drop in. Well, this is vital that Chimpy gets us to stay in the match, and just the 8 ball will do the trick. So back to within 2. And we are just 5 minutes short of the 4 hours, so this is one of the longer ones in the last few weeks. Most of them have been like 3 hours, 3.5 hours, 3 hours 40. And yeah, we're certainly going to be over the 4 hours tonight. Chimpy's break was another dry one. We've got a 3 ball combo dead nailed in this bottom corner here. I mean, that's going in every day of the week. All you need to do is hit the 4 onto the 7, 6 goes in. That's a gimme. So nothing down there needs to be moved. Now, having potted the 1, and then Chimpy can use the 2 ball if he wants to be brave to smack onto that 4, or billiard off the 2 onto the 4, because the combo's dead set. Well, in the end he's pushed the 2 ball down among them. Larry's got an easy hit. The danger here though is if he hits it from that side, he could easily just scratch off the 2. He's going into the gap between the 6 and 7 to try and punch it up the table, I think, if he can get there. Well, he's now going to be nailed. Larry's going to be in a bit of a hole here in a second. but maybe not as much as he could have been. There is daylight there, so Larry will be jacking up. Cue ball, and of course there's nothing you can do about that. It was only ever going to go forward if it was fairly straight. But the important thing now is ball in hand for Chimpy, and everything, I say everything, is pretty much there. The only one thing to be careful about is how to pot the 6 in such a way that again you can come out and avoid the 7 and the 9. Because the 7 as it sits goes no problem as long as you get good on it. You don't get good on it, then things can go wrong because you end up having to cut the 7, running into the 9, and you don't know where the 9's going to end up. So it's important that you can cut this 6 ball in when he gets there and miss the 7 and 9 in the process. Now, let's have a look. Well, he's got to dink this in and come back towards us. I mean, he could play this with top and right and go inside. So he's got two choices. He can go that way and come off there and back out, or he can go forward and inside and out. Well, he's come back towards us, and he's now got a line on the 7 where he's not interfering with the 9, and that's worked out nice. And we may well have a match on now. Well, I would have liked to have been a bit further. Oh, I tell you, I forgot about the money ball again. I forgot about the 8 ball. That's only about the 3rd time tonight. So Chimpy back to within 1 with the break. And he's taking a bathroom break. And you know what? That's a good idea. I'll be back in a minute. Right, I'm back. What have I missed? Well, I haven't missed a dry break because that's another one. And we've got a bit of a mess with the 4 and 6. Problem with the 8 and 9. So there's a bit of movement needing done here. But there's also the opportunity to find cover. Use a wee bit of imagination and spin to find some hidey holes in this table, because there are spots to hide the cue ball. So no problem with the 1 and the 2. 3 balls a bit of an issue, other than you can pot the 2, come out into the table, play the 3 long. But that's no good to you unless you can do something off the 3 to get into the 4 and 6. Well, the only thing he's going to be able to do here is cut the 3 up table and run into the 8 and 9, which is no good. And it's going to be difficult to play a safety off that 4 ball. Well, he's played the push onto the 7 to keep the 3 on the table. Now, well, if that middle pocket wasn't there, there's a shot to play. He's going to try and get it with draw. He needs to get right into this with maybe a bit of bottom and right spin, so that if it hits the rail, it kicks towards the 6 and 7. The 6 and 4. Well, he's got it direct. And of course, he forgot the major part of that, and that was potting the 3. And now he's opened everything up on this right side. Now, how does that 8 ball look? Well, I'm going to say that if you were to try and pot that 8 ball, now let's just say the 8 ball doesn't go. I mean, it's too much of a narrow window to try and say you can get the cue ball in there to cut that. And the likelihood of you getting anywhere decent is fairly slim. But it's a big target though. And I think Larry's gone too straight in this 5. Well, he could try forcing this across and getting a hit. He should still have some sort of shot in the 6. But he has to try and improve that situation unless he's going to leave a bank. It's no good as the way it is at the moment. He could have done with a better angle in the 5. He's just got enough. And that's going to scratch. Oh, another disaster. Well, I don't know whether he was trying to leave himself a good angle in the 6. Obviously, he must have been. It looked a far bigger target to try and hit the 8 and still have a shot in the 6. So, anyway, all that matters is that Chimpy's got ball in hand. And well, if he plays the pot on the 6, he can easily just either run off 2 rails into the 8 and 9, which looks as what he's doing, or maybe try to hit them direct, and he'll be unlucky not to have a shot. And that's well, let's just say it could have been better than this, because that 8 ball is nailed to the rail. That is frozen. And this will be a good shot to cut that 8 ball if he can see enough of it. And he's needing the 8 ball to run. And it has done. And that's ended up a good shot. And now Chimpy's the favourite to square the match. Well, not if Larry can kick the 8-ball in like that. How's his luck? Well, he's going to have to bank it, I think. And he's caught the knuckle. And in the end, it's going to end up another Christmas present for Chimpy. But that was a good kick escape from Larry. Getting the pot in the 8 and getting unlucky with the finish in the 9. But the match is all square. Now, I think one reason that this tournament's running longer, and it's a very valid reason, it's the fact that Spectre Dawn has gone out so early in the tournament. Because when Spectre Dawn's in it and playing well, he doesn't hang around in his matches and the tournament moves on quicker. And the fact that he's gone very early on is probably part and parcel of adding to the fact that the tournament's now 4 hours and 10 minutes old almost. Yeah, and of course we've had a couple of matches that have been overly long. One of the matches took over 40 minutes in the first round. And one match was over in less than 20 minutes. Oh, where's the cue ball ending up? Oh, can he get past that 7? Yes, he can just get there. So Larry going to have to do it all again. His lead has dwindled to 0. Where's this cue ball going? Oh, well, he tried his best to scratch and he's now got himself awkward, really awkward in this sport. This is not nice. And he's hung the 4. Well, the difficulty here is that you've got to get right up to this pocket and look at that 4 ball. If you're going to use the rail and the ball to get out of there, you make sure you have a good look at it, because these are the most difficult shots in the table, trying to get the cue ball out and judge the pace to get anywhere near a shot on this 5 ball. And apparently Dutch internet's a bit crap at this time of night, because Chimpy has gone. And I would imagine that most of the Netherlands is on, what do you call it? I presume most of them are on fibre. They probably got it before us. He may well have played this shot on his end, but he's going to have to do it again. And well, he's got the cut into the side, and the only way this will go wrong is hooking himself behind the 7. And he's well away from that. And again, The perfect shot is to be able to play this 7 into that side pocket there and drop down onto the 8. So you need to stay top side of the 7. And that's not it. So now he's going to have to bite the bullet and run 3 rails here, unless he wants to leave a big high bedhead cut. And he's got to risk the scratch. And that's got the legs just to almost get there. So this to take the lead. So Larry's lead has came and gone, and now he's chasing. Needs a ball and a shot, Chimpy, to try and extend that lead. Well, he's got the first part, he's got a ball, and he's got a shot in the 1. And the 2 ball is awkward. There's a narrow window to get on that 2 ball, and that needs a good shot. I don't know what he's trying here. Is he trying the combo? Or is he just trying to lock up safe? I mean, he can skim off the 2, push it towards the 5 and 9. Oh, he's got a touch like a sledgehammer. Well, I'm sure he'd want to take that again. And that needed a bit more of a refined and delicate touch than what he just played there. Okay, the 5 ball's going nowhere fast. But if Larry can spin down the inside of the 4 ball, he's been really ambitious. He's got the breakout on the 5, but the cue ball's running the wrong direction for the 5. And I think he's slightly hampered by this 5 ball. He most certainly is, which makes the shot difficulty even more higher than it is. And he's got to, well, he's just decided to make sure he pots the 4 and leave himself the cut on this 5. Now, I don't know whether he can cut this 5 thin enough and brush into the 6. I don't know whether he can. Well, he has. He's nudged the 6, and that will do very nicely if the cue ball stays in the table, which it has done. Touch and go there, whether he was going to just brush into that 6 ball, but it worked out pretty good. Well, the simple shot, pot the 8, let the cue ball do its business and pot the 9 long up into the top left. And that's without getting elaborate. But he's gone inside again and he's left it awkward again. If the pocket pace is right, it gives it every chance for the ball to go in. Skimming it to the side rail first. And he's gone for the top right hand corner, which was a good shot. Could have cut it into the blind pocket. But Larry's now got himself, more importantly, back on level terms with the break. 3 ball, had a quick look, but didn't go in, and it's dry. Now, this doesn't look... Well, it is a bank. You can just get in the gap. And of course the 2 ball is wide open. And now Chimpy has to take full advantage of the bank and find his way out if he can. And remember, or at least I've remembered this time, he only has to get to the 8 ball and he doesn't have to do anything to get on it. So we'll give him the 3, we'll give him the 4. The problem is going to be from the 5 to the 6. Now, if he gets fairly straight in the 5, it could be just a simple little draw shot to be able to play that 6 into the top right. If he doesn't though, he might have to run the cue ball. I think he's okay. It's all about just controlling the weight of shot. Let's have a look. Well, the angle just wants to take the weight, the cue ball into the table more and make the angle in the 6 a bit more difficult. Let's see whether he can get it. Well, I don't know whether he played that, but that will do. That was relying on luck there, and he's got it. So just the 6. Little draw back for the 7, and he'll be back into the lead. Because there's no problem getting on the 8, he just needs to keep the cue ball in the table, down the right hand side slightly, and he'll have a wide open pot on the 8. And don't scratch in the side. Well, is this going to be the break that may well have a big say in how this match is going to end up tonight? Needs a break and run. One ball's going in, shot in the 2, and the 3 ball is not going in. Big draw, trying to get some sort of hit. He'll take that. Now the other issue is that again he's got a slight angle, so it's a firm stun. Has to get it flush to get that cue ball out. And now he's got to avoid the 8 ball, and he's checking this so that it hits the rail and takes a line. away from the 8, and it's going to be a long 5. But provided he just rolls through, and he rolls through far enough, he can pot that 6, come in behind the 8 and out, the 7 and out, and he'll be sitting plumb on the 7 ball with enough room to get down onto the 8. Well, he's just got there and no more. That almost went pear-shaped. Now that's the problem, what he's just done there. He's stuck himself to the rail, and he's going to have to leave a big cut, or he's going to have to go loads of top and spin to get this cue ball running. That looks good. If the spin keeps working. No, it hasn't got there. So it's a very good bank. He only needs the 8 ball, remember. But when it's lined up like that, just almost on the first diamond, the bank's pretty much a certainty. And now we have that gap of daylight. Chimpy is on the hill, leading by 2, and with the break. But the break is dry. There's a shot. Well, I say a shot for Larry, but the biggest problem here is being blocked out in the 2. And the cue ball's running up the table. He ideally would want to run into something that stops the cue ball, but at least still gives him a sight in the 2. He's trying to be delicate, and well, if he'd hit that thinner off the 5, he'd have been fine. Then now he's completely snookered in the 2 and has to get lucky. Or is he trying to jump? No, just a kick. With a bit of spin, trying to cut the 2 in. Didn't get the cut, but he's got a good end result. That's all that matters. Oh aye, but what you've got to remember is that VP4 is a much tougher game than VP3 ever was. He's going to, he's having the same problems everybody has in these tables. If you don't get that line right and you're doing a firmish stunt, they're going to rattle. So potting percentage is going to drop to a lot lower than it was in VP3. Well, this is difficult to keep safe. This 2 ball, unless you just cut it up the rail towards the 3. I mean, that's one way of keeping it safe. Just cut it along the rail, push it towards the 3, use the 3 as a stopper, and the only thing that you are risking leaving is a bank. Oh dear, I'm on my last leg, guys. Seriously need a sleep. And we are almost 4.5 hours. This is one of the longest ones I've done. Now, is that the 8 ball that's in the top rail? Let's have a look. No, it is. Let's have a quick look. That's off the rail. All about the pot and the 3, no worry about the 4. Well, he would have liked to have been another 5 or 6 inches over to the left. This again just makes it a wee bit more of a delicate control to avoid scratching in the side, but at the same time gets somewhere near this 7 ball. And he's went all out for it. And at that pace, you know what happens when they hit the jaws. Now, presuming Chimpy's had a look at this 6 ball, because that will cut, but only from a perfect clip. In fact, looking at that, that's not cutting from that angle. And Chimpy's run out of time. Shot clock extension had gone, and I think he'd forgotten about that. And that's given Larry a free go. And straight away Larry's made a complete balls of it. No way in this earth did he want that cue ball there. He's going to have to go for the bank. And it goes. Cue ball doing its best to get there for the 8. Oh, I'm so glad I'm not working tomorrow. I think I would have had to bail out long before this. So, with Chimpy running out of his shot clock, it's given Larry the lifeline and the help and the assistance that he needed. And he's back within 1. And he's trying to find a way to take this match the full distance and keep me out of my bed even longer. Well, I presume that was played by Larry. Little billiard onto the 6 ball. Got a shot in the 1. A run through up table for the 2. Well, again, Larry cutting his losses there, just making sure he pots the 1. Now, if he's going for the bank, he's not got much room to work with here in this 2 ball. past the 7. Well, it did everything but go in. The only thing that kept it out was just that wee bit too much pace. The ball deep in the pocket. Well, this just dinks in. But, well, he's going to be hard pushed to get any sort of pot in the 4 from this position. He could run for cover, try and hide behind that 8 ball if he doesn't have a shot. Well, that's a disaster. And Larry with a gilt edge opportunity to take it all the way. And where can this go wrong? What can Larry do here to mess up this opportunity? He's got a slight angle. Couple of millimetres. So we are going all the way tonight in this Christmas Eve Friday night 9 ball. 8 racks all. Larry breaking off. He gets a ball. And it's going to have to be a cut into the side or a bank, but he's got no shot on the 2. But there is enough gap between that 2 and 4 to create the combo. But Larry's not risking the 1. Running for cover. And he's played a decent safety. Well, Chimpy can try the long jump. He wants to hit the right side of the 1 to try and billiard the 7 in. Or the extreme left edge of the 1 to try and cut it. No, he's just trying to kick. And I think that's lying pretty good for Larry to try and spin the cue ball into the 2 when he pots this 1. He might be able to get there. It's not exactly 100% clear whether he will or he won't. Yeah, he just got the edge. And that's worked out very nice. Well, as long as he gets decent on the 3, you would think he's going to be home and dry. Well, you know what I mentioned about getting decent in the 3? He's going to have to bail out with a jump stick. Now he's got a minimal amount of angle in this 4 ball to run through to the short rail, back up the left hand side for the 6 into the corner. It doesn't go into the side, so he's got to go forward, and that's why with the stun and the pace, the 4 ball has hung in the pocket and bounced out. And Chimpy with a similar problem. Is this nailed to the rail? Well, that's not far off it. what makes it so difficult in controlling the cue ball when the cue ball's path is impeded by an object, in this case the rail. He's now got a nasty cut top left, but the cue ball should be running where it's coming well out into the open. 7 ball hanging over the corner pocket, runs into the 8, and now this seems so easy to just pot the 7, bring the cue ball either down the left hand side running into the 9 where he's playing the 8 in the side, on the right side. He could do that, or just try in general to get the cue ball into the table. Well, a dead straight 8 ball for this week's tournament, and 4 hours and 40 minutes have flown by this week. Oh, he's going to rattle it in the jaws, and that's how it is in VP4. You can't take liberties. And all of a sudden, the final Christmas present has been given to Larry, and Larry seals the deal. Well, what a turnaround there at the end. And well done to Larry, and extremely unlucky for Chimpy, but that's the difference with VP3 and VP4. So with that, guys, thanks all for watching. Have a nice Christmas and stay safe. Wear your masks, and now keep your distance. And I will see you again at some point, whenever that might be, I don't know. But until then, have a good night, have a good one, and I'll see you again soon. And thanks all for watching.